I could go for a refresh. Ooh, NAP here at the start. Oh, guys, the sun. It's that time in late August at like 7:10, right? It's the sun. That's where we got this guy from. It's called Sunshine. It's called Blinn Sunshine. That's from 2024, right? Hi, Aqui. Oh man, I do love August. Hey, so, you know, I started hearing the, you go outside, I'm watering my tomatoes, right? And I hear like you get to hear like the cicada sound, that late summer cicada sound. A little melancholic, you know what I mean? What's up, Two Hands? What's up, Schneely? Now I get it. Oh, I love that. I know. It's like some of those things. I just did this. Ugh, I hate it. Some of those things that are like so nice, but also like a little sad, you know? Cicada is definitely, it's true. And I can hear like there's a rustling in the leaves a little bit, right? Goblins in the garden again, relatable. I thought you first meant the zombies from Plants vs. Zombies. That sound, no, I mean in the actual real world. I walk, you know, I have a small exposure to the actual real world. Let the kill streak begin. Now, I gotta warn you, this is a yapping stream, guys. We're not gonna probably do that much killing. We could do like a little warm-up, who cares throwaway game. We could do a great penis game, right? I figured now that the greatsword in Mistfall is like definitely less weak than it used to. My desire to play it exclusively, it has diminished slightly, right? I'm trying to think, like, if I still want to play Withered Knight, what's a way to play it that is a little bit weird, right? Uh-oh, Marty's here. It's very late. Couldn't ask for more. It's very late. Uh-huh. The CNE starts tomorrow. What does that stand for in Toronto? Thank you. The Canadian National Exhibition. There's like an end of summer festival. Oh yeah, sorry. I did it, what do you call it? I do it on the fly these days. Oh, go like this. Go like this. Go like this. Go like this. A nice zoomy zoom. Yeah, do you guys, what do you have in your neck of the woods? Right? What's Two Hands have in Sweden that is kind of like end of the summer festival? I guess like before, like, there's Labor Day, right? And probably everyone, everyone's got like a Labor Day thing probably. But what's like what signals for you, right? The kind of like that slightly melancholic end of the summer. What does Schneely do? What's Schneely got in the UK? I wonder. As a man of Kent, what do they do in Kent? Now, do you still celebrate Michaelmas in Kent? Michaelmas. Do you have a stubble goose? Right? We're going deep cuts on English culture. For me, it's my birthday, LOL. Okay, shameless. Okay. Oh, for me, it's my birthday. Right? There's like a little trifecta, I think, right? Actually, there's a little trifecta of birthdays coming up. We remember. Don't worry, we remember. Happy birthday, Mark. Tomorrow. Oh, Clippy. When birthday? Good question. Clippy, happy birthday. Right? Golden Clippy. You love to see it, right? You love to see it. I think Clippy's on here already. Much to Clippy's chagrin, right? Whoa, Clippy's got 3 dudes. Clippy's the one to beat. Happy birthday, Marty. Happy birthday. Give me my cousin's wedding. Now, I remember once upon a time you were telling us you went to a wedding and your whole family took over a hotel. I remember you telling us that one time. Is that cousin getting married again? Is my next question. Is the cousin getting married again, or do you have like 1,000 cousins? I can imagine a world where Italian Matthew has 1,000 cousins, right? It's not difficult. It's not. Look, guys, look at this. Look. Could be back on top. It's 2. Hi, Sackboy. How are you? How are you? Yeah, it's gonna be one of those. Cousin 344 out of 758. I got you, Clippy. I got you. Hi. I like the square bracket. I like it when people do different smiley faces are good, right? Different smiley faces are good. Some people like this one. Some people like this one. Is it this one? I'm not. There's a few like a little more modern ones that I don't fuck with so hard. You know what I mean? But I do like it when people mix it up. We're gonna increase the size of chat. We're getting ready, dudes. I love this one. How do you type the macaroni? How do you type the macaroni one? Yes, this one too. Not a smile face, but I'm a fan of this. Not a smile face. Yes, very good. Yes. This is Biss almost, right? That's almost Biss. It is. I wonder if I can put chat down beside me. Because look at this, because we got a plan. We got a plan. This actually isn't a bad idea. Look at this. Because if I put the chat down beside me like this, then look. Okay? Because we've got the video subways. As we go through the notes, we're gonna be talking a lot about Mistfall Hunter on stream today. Okay? It's a yap. We got a powerful yap planned. If you're new around here, every so often, right, there's enough pressure that builds up in any particular game environment, and then we just have to talk about it, right? We just simply must talk about it. And so we plan these like yap streams, where I make a bunch of notes and then we talk about the game. Whether it's like a game that's coming up or it's like a game that we've been playing for a while that we're kind of frustrated with. There's various reasons, okay? There's various reasons. No, that's not quite it. That's not quite it. It's like this. It's like this. You got to get the underscore in there. You got to get the underscore in there. Like this one. Oops. That's the one. That's the chewing gum walk, right? Uh-huh. You got it. You got it. And so, I've learned, right? We're iterating. It's a learning stream, right? We've learned that it's easier for you guys to experience a Yap stream when there's like a Subway Surfers in the corner, okay? Like this. Like, look at this. So now you can listen to me talk, but you can also watch me fight and maybe win, maybe lose. Who knows, right? Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen up there? But what do we do? What do we? We're just What do we? I asked a question. I asked a question about what do you guys do at the end of the summer? Here it is. Southern Sweden celebrates Michaelmas with goose blood soup and all. Otherwise, there's nothing until All Hallows Eve, where we go light candles at the graves of ancestors. Oh, dang. That's interesting. That's interesting. Does anyone else know what a stubble goose is? I used to nerd out on all these like old BBC farming shows where these people would like LARP as farmers. A goose who forgot to... It's kind of, okay? So I didn't know this before watching these shows, but Michaelmas is like an old kind of like Christian thing where Christmas, right, is Christ Mass. If you know that's Christmas is Christ Mass. Saint Michael apparently was an archangel, right? Very powerful, like an 8/8 creature with flying. Okay, probably regeneration, maybe first strike. Maybe it could be like is it all white? Probably. It's probably not like a mixed mana, right? Maybe it'd be a pretty sick commander, right? Where like when he enters the battlefield, all other angels or whatever do something, and you've got like the Sarah angels. Anyway, there is a mass if in church, right? For Saint Michael, and it'd be Saint Michael's Mass. It'd be Michaelmas. And the first time I heard Michaelmas, I chuckled. Bible, I would, blah, right, blah. But I'm watching this farming show, and they said Michaelmas, and I was like, what the heck is Michaelmas, right? Saint Michael's Mass, okay? And they have stubble goose, because Michaelmas happens at the end of September. And it's just after, like, the harvest, the wheat harvest, okay? So all the farmers, they grow the wheat up in the fields, and then they cut the wheat, and they stook the wheat, right? They make little like teepees, so it dries out in the field, and then they gather it all up, and they bring it in, right? That's the harvest, the grain harvest. Very, very important, right? But in the process of cutting the wheat and stooking it, and then like getting it up and out of the field, it drops some of the corns, right? The grain on the ground. And there's also like, you know, little shoots, little bits of like the wheat that the farmers didn't all get, right? So you got this field that's full of kind of like loose food. And so you let the geese out. The geese you put into the field, and they eat up all the little dropped grains, right? Yeah, we're doing it, Star. We're doing it. So the geese eat all the grains that were dropped, and they get big and fat. You fatten the goose. And then for Michaelmas, you harvest a goose, and you have a goose. We don't have this tradition in Canada, okay? I'm completely, it's exotic to me. It's exotic to think, you know, it's happening. We're doing it. We're warming up, guys. Hey, isn't that nice? I thought that's nice. That's cool. There's like, you know, these agrarian traditions. And, you know, I feel like, at least my life here in Canada, I'm a little bit removed. I'm a little bit divorced from the process of growing food, you know? Food is just at the store. It gets delivered to my house, you know? I think it's very fatty. It's kind of like duck. right? Ones in chat if you've ever had duck, roast duck, Peking duck, right? Some kind of duck. Have you ever had it? Like a duck breast? Ooh. Who fucks with duck breast, guys? Yeah. So I think that goose, very similar to duck. If you've had duck, you could probably guess, right? But these birds have like thick layers of fat and insulation, right? In south of France, we eat weekly. Every day, right? Every day. That's so nice in the south of France. Marseille? Are you around Marseille? Whereabouts in the south of France? Man, the world is so big, isn't it? Duck breast. Classic Marty, right? And what are you going to wear to the wedding, Marty? What are you going to wear? Anything good? It tastes like turkey, does it really? Does it? Carcassonne, very nice. That's an excellent board game. Put a 1 in chat if you know Carcassonne, the board game. I think, is it like, is it hexagonal? There's little men, right? Yeah, of course Sackboy knows. Yes, you guys know. Yes, you guys know. Yes. Nice gray four-piece suit. Wait a second. Pants. Okay. Vest. Jacket. What the heck is that? Is it a cummerbund? What makes it Can we talk about food, please? Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. 2? Me? Carcassonne. What's the 4th piece? Like a really big necktie? Do you have a special, like, man veil? It's the thong. What the? My mind is rearing. I've never heard of someone say a 4-piece suit. What the F is the 4th piece? Blazer, vest, trousers, tie? You don't count the tie as a piece of the suit. You don't count the tie. That's not, you don't. Trousers, pants, vest, jacket. Okay? 3-piece suit. Who has ever said 4-piece suit? You might as well count the individual shoes. I'm wearing a 6-piece suit, right? The tie is an important. It is, but you don't count it as part of the. You don't count it because then every single suit is a 3-piece suit, right? Is the inside jacket thing? That's the vest. That's the smaller jacket without sleeves is a vest. Okay, a 4-piece suit typically includes a jacket, a waistcoat, trousers, and an extra matching accessory or piece. Most commonly a cravat, tie, bow tie, pocket square, an extra pair of trousers. What? Imagine. Wait, a 4-piece. Imagine wearing 2 pairs of pants, right? On the other hand, has often been used to describe a 3-piece suit that comes with an extra pair of trousers. Ties are so uncommon. Are they? If you're gonna wear a suit, it's like non-negotiable, right? Socks 2, underwear 1, pocket napkin, rocking a 43-piece. I'm still imagining the demonic 1-piece suit, no shoes. I thought there were 13 in the suit. I mean, who knows? They should give us a 3-piece suit cosmetic. Extra trousers in case of an accident while eating goose. You know what? I have seen more instances of people ripping their pants, doing funny little dances at weddings, right? People are trying to, they do like the thing where they're like, you know, they're like, doop doo, and then, bah. You know, you see it more often than not, right? The dress pants, there's no give. There's no, you know, I'm wearing, you get the stretchy, like, you get the stretchy pants on, right? The dress clothes don't stretch, right? They just pop, basically. It has really loosened up here. Ties is seen as super formal, unless your job demands it. It's kind of weird. I feel like in North America, the jacket is seen as super formal. And a lot of like people at like crappy office jobs will wear like a button-up shirt and a tie, but no jacket. You know what I mean? Okay, sorry everyone. A gray, thank you, a 3-piece suit. Thank you. Thank you. Didn't your best man, he did split his pants at my, yes, there was an emergency rush to find other pants. It's true. It happened because people want the tight fit, right? People want the tight fit and the clothes that fit tight, they don't budge. And when you're doing all the TikTok dances on the dance floor, right? Or you're doing like the, you know, hey, we planned a little dance for like the best men. We're going to do a little dance. Was he, I don't think he was. I think he was just like eating shrimp. I don't know. Charlie, what's up? Can't catch, but gonna love listening in. Awesome. What? It's got to be early for Bulldog. Maybe it's very late for Bulldog. Is it the evening? Is it like 11 p.m. for Bulldog? Is it 11 p.m.? It's always good to see Charlie, right? So you're telling me I should wear sweatpants to my wedding? I got it. Anyway, I feel like it's at least in the workplace, it's more common to see people wearing a shirt and tie than to see someone wearing a jacket. You know what I mean? In some situations. Seems like a 4-piece suit needs to be a standard at weddings. Always someone busting a move and busting their pants. It's true. Isn't it like 9 a.m. there? It's like 14 hours plus for Charlie, I think. 14 hours plus, I think. You know what? I think you could get away with something like this. I think you could these days. Especially if you like, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Anyway, okay. What do we do, guys? What are we gonna do? Let's ask the audience, shall we? We'll start a poll. We'll start a poll here. Okay? What do? You tell me. What do to start? What do? We can quick, great penis run. Keep casual yapping. Okay. Start the main yap. Okay, you tell me. What do we want to do? Look at this. I'll show you. Look at the notes. Okay? For those who are maybe new, we don't play on the Yap stream. We got a lot to talk about. Each one of these things is just full of thoughts. And so the idea is you just pop the stream on in the background. You listen to the soothing sound of my voice, right? And we learn about the game, right? But we don't have to rush in. I'll have another sip of coffee. Do what? Do what? What did the other people wear? That's a good question. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Thursday. Yes, indeed. Bingus? I did not put Bingus. You see, because I actually want the input. Like the stream is a good idea, though. That's a good idea. Is it like worthy? Look, the sun has finally moved on. If I lean back, the sun is there. Okay? But the sun has finally moved on. If I lean back, right? Everyone had to wear a blazer jacket and trousers and the female equivalent. What's the female equivalent? What's the female equivalent of that? People always gave me looks when I was traveling there. Okay. Start the main yap. 20 votes. Thank you for your votes. I appreciate that very much. I'm playing some Mortal Shell 2 right now, but stream will have at least 52% as long as there is a slim majority, okay? That's great. That's all I ask for. That's motivating. Deary knows what's up. JD knows. Hi, Lil, what's up? Guys, the friends are trickling in. Mortal Shell 2 is so good. What is it? I think I saw Grimm's playing it. I saw Sequisha playing it. And is it kind of like Elden Ring? It's bussin'. What does bussin' mean? What's the full version of everyone stop. Everyone stop. Stop what you're doing. Listen. We'll come back to this question. Bussin'. For now, very important message. It's very important for you to listen. It's Deary. I called Deary Dairy Airlines for so long, guys, for like a year. Deary! 24 months. You're ooked, brother. You're ooked. Get in here, man. Great weapon fighter, okay? Been gaming with Deary for 2 years. Thank you very much, JD, for the 2 years of wonderful support, my friend. I appreciate it very much. Ooked. Totally ooked. Totally. Yes. I got you, man. Thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate it. Oh, Zio is here. What's up? Ooked Deary. Guys, what is bussin'? What's the full version? Oh, Burger Jester Inc. Look at that little flag. Hey, welcome in. Hey. Great to see that. Always great to see. What's the busting? Okay? Busting. But then what are you like busting? Is that what it means? Just give me like imagine the word, is it like busting nuts? Like cracking nuts on the table, right? Right? It's kind of like, you try really hard and finally you get that nut, you bust the nut open, and then there's the delicious nut meat inside. That's what it means, right? When you're busting a nut, basically, right? Yes, all the above. What, Lamau? Hold on, I gotta get my nut, my one giant nut, and then you eat it with a spoon, right? There's just so much nut meat inside. I've never been comfortable with the term nut meat. Have you? If you saw like a package at the grocery store, right? And it was like pre-shelled nut meat, right? But is that not what it's called? Okay? Is that not what it's called? Nut meat. Okay? What is it? Rocky Mountain oysters? Put a 1 in chat if you've ever eaten a Rocky Mountain oyster. I'm not gonna expect many ones. Put a 2 if you don't know what that means. Put a 2 if you don't know what Rocky Mountain oyster means. Put a 2. I've never seen nut meat on the shelves. 1 never again. No comment, LOL. Ooh, a couple of 2s. People don't know. Interesting. Love masticating until I can get to that good nut meat. Interesting. I mean, there are lakes in the Rockies. Is that a 2, Sackboy? Does Sackboy not know? I've heard of it, but never have. I don't think you're missing too much. A Rocky Mountain sure is a 2. A Rocky Mountain oyster is a bull testicle, and you can eat them, apparently. Wait, 1. Wait, no, 1. And I don't know why they call it that, but oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why. But I know that Italian Matthew loves oysters, guys. If we know one thing, okay? If we know one thing, Marty is not shy to shuck a dozen or 2. 1 or 2 dozen, Marty will shuck those oysters, right? He cracks the shell, right? He shucks the brine. He suckles from the sea, basically. Please don't slurp your Rocky Mountain oysters. Not that kind of oyster. Right? See, now, I do apologize, because there's a lot of new people, okay? There's a lot of new people that have found their way to the channel. It's probably one of the worst times ever to not play the game, okay? And just make gross jokes. But one of my favorite movies of all time, a movie called Wayne's World, okay? Someone's describing being really nervous to speak to a crush, a girl that he likes, okay? And he's like, what if I'm so nervous I might throw up? And the other guy says, I say, talk to her, I say hurl, okay? If you blow chunks and she bolts, it was never meant to be. But if you spew and she sticks around, she's yours. And so the whole MO here is just be dumb and gross. And the people who don't like it, well, they just shoot off. They can just click off the stream. People who don't mind think it's funny, right? Well, we just gain new friends. It's like it's a filter. It's like a little matrix. And then we smush the internet population through that filter, and some people who don't like it, well, they get caught and then they go away. And the people who don't mind, right? We collect them like this. We say, welcome in, friends. Like the stream? Exactly. Okay. Now, came looking for Yap and got gold. Okay, great. Excellent. This warms my heart. Okay, let us at least play the dang Subway Surfers for you guys. So there's something that you can look at, right? Heaven forbid that you just listen to my voice and that's it, okay? I always wanted to be a rare collectible. Well, you get a 5-piece suit, right? That's rare. That's fry our brain. Okay. What is up, dudes? What is up? Mistfall Hunters is kind of Is it too soon to say that it's a phenomenon? It doesn't have the explosive popularity, the same explosive popularity as, what do you call it, Arc Raiders, but right, there is 1.5 million players across all platforms. That's kind of a big deal, right? 1.5 million players across all platforms. That's a lot of sales for a kind of a niche game. And so I don't think that it's not taking the world by storm, but also for like a full loot PvP extraction game, that's a healthy player base. And I don't think I anticipated the success of this game. We've been interested in the game for a long time. We've been tracking the game for a long time. We've played basically every instance of the playtest, the betas that we could get our hands on, right? But now that it's launched and it's live, I did not expect so many people to be interested in the content. And a few weeks ago, before the 1.0 launch, we did a stream, we made a video that talked about hopes and fears for the game. It's like, you know, we had played the open beta, we knew what was coming, but I still had a host, a list, right? A couple of nuts of hopes and fears. And so now that we're post-launch 2.5, 3 weeks or so, right? Basically 3 weeks. I thought it'd be cool to revisit the list of hopes and fears and see, you know, did some of our speculations, our hypotheses, our concerns, did they come true? Were they avoided? Did something else happen? And so that's what we're going to do today. This is the main yap. We have a lot of topics to cover. We have a lot of things to read through. So it's going to be kind of more podcast style. If you're new around here, it's going to be me reading through my notes, asking you guys questions, seeing what you think. We're going to compare notes, compare thoughts on a game that many of us have been pretty smitten by, right? And, you know, very similar to other games in the industry, these guys are experiencing some ups and downs, right? It's not easy to launch and maintain a live service game. It's not easy to steward a full loot PvP game that has different class balance, class identity, right? Has different game modes. There's a lot of different things, different pieces on the table. And it's really interesting to see how this team is kind of managing and navigating that situation, especially given that we, on this channel at least, have been following other games that have gone through similar paths, right? Other extraction games, other full loot PvP games that have had balance issues and player base issues. And so it's really neat to see how a different team, you could say maybe a slightly more competent team in a lot of ways, are handling some of the challenges. The first thing that we're going to talk about is an OG concern, an OG fear that I had about general PvP balance. Let me just set my things. I'm going to take one more sip and we'll get going. I'm trying to be polite, right? I'm trying to be polite. Let's just make sure is everyone comfortable? Are we looking good? Is the layout looking? I think we're looking good, right? I think we're looking good. I think this is as good as it's going to get. For sure. Okay. So, concern number one that I had back weeks ago, pre-launch, was that in typical fantasy extraction games, you don't have the headshot equalizer that you have in other looter shooter extraction games, right? A game like Tarkov, you've always got that hope of a headshot kill, right? So it's possible. There is kind of this equalizer that permeates the whole game. It means that somebody with a shotgun, with a handgun, with any kind of like a bolt action rifle, anybody can take down anybody else with a perfect shot, a one shot, right? And as annoying as it is to die to kind of like one shot kills, it is annoying, right? At least like it means that every person in the game is a threat, and it makes balance in a gun-based extraction game slightly easier, because everyone already is a threat because of that headshot potential. If that makes sense. Head, eyes, exactly. From 200 yards, a random shotgun pellet just finds its way through your eye into your brain and you're dead, right? GG. But in fantasy extraction games, in fantasy PvP games, the challenge is you don't often have that kind of one-shot potential. And so fantasy PvP combat typically can be more of a stat check game than a skill check game, because time to kill can be longer, because people have to work harder to do a lot of damage, right? There's a concern I had about the general PvP balance in a fantasy extraction game, especially when a game features extreme gear power and extreme buff power, like we find in Mistfall, right? Like high quality, high rarity gear allows for some pretty incredible stacking of buffs, affixes, right? And because we have a lack of that PvP equalizer. So how did this pan out? This was a fear I had pre-launch. Now that the game has launched, how did this pan out? Let's talk about it. Okay, I think at bottom, and I'm very happy to say this, it gives me great pleasure to say that solo PvP is very well balanced at low gear levels, okay? In solo, I want to say like this. Oh, yes, I have it here already. Oh, and I'm also locked in. Nice. Okay. Solo PvP is very well balanced at low gear levels. It's actually kind of a remarkable thing. The fact that the devs were able to design a system of very different class structures, right? Different class powers, class abilities, and have that be balanced at a low gear level is a remarkable feat, is a very, very good thing, okay? I feel like at the higher levels of gear, high gear PvP in chaos mode has more potential for a hard counter. What does hard counter mean? This is kind of a term you'll see in fantasy extraction often. If you run into your hard counter, what does that mean? My personal definition is that one player or one class can't realistically overcome another class with skilled gameplay alone, okay? If you're class A and you run across class B, and class B is just so much stronger and better than your particular class, it doesn't matter how well you play. If you are hard countered, you can't realistically overcome that class differential with skilled gameplay. And I feel like that possibility, that hard counter still does exist at the higher levels of gear in Mistfall Hunter. I think because powerful gear gives more stats in HP, right? You put on the especially the legendary stuff, legendary gear, right? Powerful gear gives you more stats, gives you more HP. Powerful gear also allows for more gem stacking, right? Affix stacking. It gives you more buff power, basically. So stats, HP, buff power. Stats and HP and max buffs plus a certain configuration of talents. These things together, stats, talents, and max buffs, equal a highly specified build. There's a lot of really interesting ways that you can bend a certain class with talents and buffs. You can bend a playstyle. You can make a highly specified build by combining your gear, your talents, and your buffs, right? That specified build can be your build's hard counter. So another player could mix this in a certain way, and their specified build could be, in chaos mode, your class's, your build's hard counter. Whether that's a melee tank, right, like a crazy tanky merc that you run into, or maybe it's very high melee DPS if you're caught. If you're playing a Shadow Strix and you run up against a geared Withered Knight, right? And if that geared Withered Knight gets on top of you, it can be very difficult for you as a kind of a squishier Shadow Strix, right? You can run into people that have very fast energy and dodge recovery. You can run into people that have very fast magic casting and very high magic DPS. There can be classes that run max debuff duration, right? Some of the black arrows with their debuff duration builds, these things can be very oppressive if you are a specific build, right? But the more I think of it, the more chance I have to play, the more I think about it, the game does well to offer players a gradient of experience, right? There's something kind of for everyone here. What do I mean? Newer players can stay in normals, right? And have a chance in all 1v1s. Like I said, remarkably so. Solo PvP is very well balanced at low gear levels, and newer players can exclusively play in the normal lobbies and have a chance in all 1v1s, I believe. Those players have a chance to win and get class matchup experience. You play in normals, you play against a seer, you play against a black arrow, you play against a mercenary, you play against a shadow, you play against a withered knight, whatever it is. You gain the experience in normals and you always have a chance to win, and I love that about the lower end of gear power in this game. But also, veterans can play in chaos mode, and they basically roll RNG for a favorable class matchup. It's kind of like Dark and Darker, right? The hard counters do exist in Mistfall in the higher gear score lobbies, and similar to Dark and Darker, you're kind of rolling the dice. When you go into those high gear score environments, you're kind of saying, ooh, am I going to find someone that I hard counter, or am I going to find somebody that hard counters me, right? And that's kind of the risk that you have in playing in those gear score lobbies, right? But some veterans like that. Some people like that about a fantasy, about an extraction game. You know, they like the idea of being tremendously overpowered against certain class matchups, right? So new players can stay in normals and have a chance in all 1v1s. They have the opportunity to win and gain class matchup experience, but veterans can play in chaos mode and in many cases roll RNG for a favorable class matchup, potentially win and get exciting or expensive gear from the opponent that they have defeated, right? I think the devs, in terms of balance, right? We're talking about a fear, an original fear we had about general PvP balance. And I think the devs have been kind of slow, but responsive. They've been slow to truly address or respond to the concerns, to the balance issues of the game, but they have done it. They have responded. They have made meaningful class buffs and nerfs a couple of times post-launch, with more changes on the horizon, and we'll talk about more of that in a second. And they've also been, and I also know they've been focused on server lag issues, right? There's been some network performance issues that I think the developers have rightly seen as more existential than some of the class balance issues. So because there's been a focus on server lag, server performance, weird CPU threading, weird resource management on the server, right? Fixing those issues to clear up the stuttering and teleporting that all players have experienced has taken focus away from balance adjustments in the weeks post-launch, right? The other thing that I'm really hopeful for is that they have the ability, they've shown the ability to make solo-only adjustments. This is huge because this is something we never saw in Dark and Darker. Okay, if you have a game that offers both squad-based matches and solo matches, okay? The fact that the dev team has the nuance, the flexibility of mind to adjust key values for classes or class abilities, whether or not you're playing in squads or in solo, is tremendously refreshing. Dark and Darker never did this. They never split the kind of class power, class balance between a solo or a trio environment. And that was always kind of frustrating, right? Because maybe Phantomize, right? Warlock Phantomize, having a certain duration in trios made sense. It was fine. But that could have been potentially adjusted down in solos to make the skill more fun, more possible to fight against, especially way back in the Curse Lock heyday of like summer 2024. Iron Mace, Dark and Darker didn't have the flexibility in mind, never put in the work to actually take each class and make separate balance adjustments based on whether the player was in solo or trios, right? And so the fact that Mistfall Hunter has always had the ability, the willingness to make ability power adjustments based on whether the player is in solo or trio is incredible, right? Is very reassuring, is very comfortable, is praiseworthy from my perspective. Okay? I think, that said, I do have some lingering fears, right? Some classes or class abilities are still very advantageous for solo, right? There's still some classes I think that do just kind of naturally excel in a 1v1 space because they have certain class-specific powers that really have maximum value in a 1v1 situation, okay? So some class abilities are very advantageous for solo. That's a lingering fear that I have. There's also opportunity for a lot of map cheese. Ladders, jump spots, like getting up on shelves or ridges, cliffs, those stupid jump pads where you're like, whoosh, whoosh, and people just kind of jump back and forth. I don't like those things, okay? There's spots, particular instances of map cheese that get abused by classes that have more area denial or range damage, and that is also an issue when we think about kind of general PvP balance. You can't just look at the classes, the class powers themselves. There is also how the class kind of gels with certain module configurations, certain map layouts that is also kind of important to consider. But overall, I'd say that Bellring, the devs, are doing very well for a solo-enabled game that has such different class power and class identity. We cannot understate the size of the challenge. If you're going to have a competitive PvP game that has 6 different classes, 12 or more different playstyles, and to have each of those things very, very well balanced at a low gear score value is a remarkable feat, right? The meta chasers, the people that want to feel untouchable, that, you know, the idiot meta gamers, they can run chaos, right? And they can roll for RNG, or they can do the thing in chaos. I feel like there is a safe place for newer players. Everyone has a chance in normals, right? There's a chance to learn the game, a chance to learn class matchups, and the fact that exists, and the fact that it's so well balanced currently, right, 3 weeks after launch, is a very encouraging thing, right? A very encouraging thing. What I want to do, there actually was a massive announcement this morning, okay? Today at 5:45 a.m. I was awake for it, okay? I saw it come through, and I thought that, hey, this is actually very timely, because this is going to underscore, I think, the quality of the developers. It is one thing to hear me speak and reflect on what I think the state of balance is. It's another thing to get data, right? To hear things from the horse's mouth. So let's take a second to read through the dev note number 8 that was posted this morning, okay? This is from one of the community managers, and this is available in the public Discord. Sokia says, the technical limits of our class archetypes have been thoroughly tested by your high-level mechanics and execution. That's kind of a big sentence. What does he mean? He means that the limits of our class design, we did not expect. The designers of the game had some hypotheses, right? They had some guesses of how the class design and class balance was going to work out. But now that we're 3 weeks post-launch, right? The devs are impressed, surprised by how thoroughly tested and bent and broken, right, all of our shithead gamer mechanics and execution have been. Okay? Gamers be gaming. And these devs are like, whoa, you guys found ways to break the game that we did not fully anticipate. Okay? We're incredibly grateful for the deep thought and strategy players have poured into combat. AKA, hey guys, chill. Holy F, guys. This has helped us lock in a vital goal for our balancing efforts to ensure that practicing your favorite class feels deeply rewarding and impactful, allowing you to fully enjoy the thrill of tactical outplay. Certainly, currently, certain classes and playstyles, such as the Sword and Shield Mercenaries Shield build, the Black Arrow, and Sorcerer, possess a very high skill ceiling. Interesting. Moving forward, we'll implement balance adjustments and design optimizations to bridge the gap between these high skill caps while ensuring the mastery curve feels smoother and more engaging. What does that mean? Currently, certain classes and playstyles, such as Sword and Shield Merc, Black Arrow, and Sorc, possess a very high skill ceiling. It means that people who are good at playing Merc, Black Arrow, and Sorcerer are, in a lot of ways, untouchable, right? A lot of ways, a high skill ceiling means that those players are very, very good and have a tendency to overperform, to outperform. So it's interesting, the devs are calling it out. They're saying that we did not anticipate that the amount of high-level mechanics and execution that gamers would develop for certain classes and playstyles, and that the Sword and Shield Merc, the Black Arrow, and Sorcerer in particular are problematic because people are too good at playing it. People become basically unkillable, and that is not the intention of the game. So, it is cool to hear the devs kind of admit that, right? That's cool. What else do they say? First, let's address the unmatched hatchet running capabilities of the Shadow Strix. Hey, for a dev to, without prompting, really, right? Without being in some weird kind of like gotcha interview, to come out and say, we know that Shadow Strix mobility is an issue, okay? What does hatchet running mean? Guys, what does hatchet running mean? What does that mean? I'm unfamiliar with that term. These devs call themselves incompetent. Wow, epic. It's true. Sorcs and BAs do too much damage for a class that has the safety of... Yes, I totally agree. Gar, I totally agree. Hatchet running? Is that... I see. Spamming, attack, and dashing, I guess. I've been having a huge issue with people press me over aggressive. We're not talking about gameplay tips right now, but thank you though. I remember hatchet barbs. I do. Just relentless chasing, I see. Minimum viable weapon, just head. I see. This is a different take. This is minimal viable weapon and just head down looting. Hatchet running is a term from Tarkov where you go to a match without gear so you risk nothing. I see. Running nothing but hatchet. I see. So it's not M1. It's not like a barbarian. It's not like this, I don't think. It's Tarkov where you take minimal risk and you go in looting. Interesting. It's a Tarkov reference. It's the most consistent way to make money on an extraction game. I see. The only problem with Shadow Strix is they can spam you out of your breakaway. Tarkov gaming. Yes. Probably rat strategy. Going solo into Kata for max profit. No PvP focus. Okay. So let's address the unmatched, the looting capabilities, the mobility, the looting, the PvP threat, and the escape of Shadow Strix. In an extraction game, avoiding combat to focus purely on high-speed looting is a viable strategy with its own unique charm. That's cool that they can respect the playstyle. It is a playstyle if you just want to loot up, right? You don't want to fight, you just want to generate wealth. Cool. We intend to preserve this evasive playstyle for Shadow Strix. However, we plan to tweak skill and talent selections in the future to prevent scenarios where a Shadow Strix can dominate map mobility while simultaneously maintaining overly dominant frontline combat strength. Wow. Okay. So they're saying we want to be we respect people that just want to farm. This could be a subtle nod to the RMT businessmen, right? The people that are just farming for gold, right? They know. We'll talk about RMT, real money trading. We'll get there. So these devs, they are what they want to preserve. They respect hatchet running. They respect gold farming, but currently they believe that there's too much single build viability for both mobility and escape and frontline damage for the Shadow Strix. Very, very interesting. So they plan to tweak skill and talent selections in the future for Rogue to prevent a scenario where Shadow Strix can dominate map mobility while simultaneously maintaining overly dominant frontline combat strength. If you want to play Hatchet Run, you want to loot and scoot, you got to spec into it. You got to spend your talent points and spec into map mobility and escape. If you want to be a frontline DPS threat in melee combat, you got to spec into frontline DPS for Shadow Strix, but you lose some of that mobility and escape. I love that. I love that. So SS comes with a big hatchet, I guess. If you want... Smooth it is, guys. Welcome in, Smooth. If you want to be a turbo loot goblin, you can't also be an S-tier assassin. Mwah. Perfectly said, friend. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Regarding the Shadow Strix's combat identity, their core traits should center on agility, sneak attacks, and cunning. Currently, several talents and skills grant super armor, giving the Shadow Strix an overt ability to break enemy standard attacks head-on. This doesn't quite fit the class's tactical identity, and we're highly likely to consider removing these super armor capabilities in the future. Oh! Bell ring games. Are you kidding? This is the ability to see the issue is one thing. The ability to actually act on kind of a major reversal of class power, right, is so good. Because there's a lot of shithead gamers. They're going to be upset that they've gotten used to having it all, basically, on Shadow Strix. And it's always a risk when you're a business owner, when you're a developer, and you take away something that has been there for a long time, you risk incurring the wrath of shithead, turd-licking Shadow Strix gamers, right? In solos, who are used to having it all. But honestly, mother F those guys, right? F those guys. Play the bloody game. Currently, several talents and skills grant super armor, giving the Shadow Strix an overt ability to break enemy standard attacks head-on. This doesn't quite fit the class's tactical identity, and we're highly likely to consider removing these super armor capabilities in the future. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Yes, let me have this assassin tank, though, like 8 pounds of steel backed up by 200 LB 6 pounds. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cool. Okay, what else? I mean, so far, very encouraging. No? Right? Yeah? I think so. Both sword and shield mercenary builds are currently overperforming. Hello. Both sword and shield mercenary builds are currently overperforming. What are the two? Parry Merc, I understand. Parry Merc. Parry Memp. Right? Parry Memp. What's the other one? Is it the Edge? The sword edge? The blade edge Merc? I've been saving mercenary. I have not put the time into learning Merc just yet. I'm getting there. Tip Merc. There's a non-parry sword build. Yeah. Blade Gooning. Thank you. It is so insane that these guys seem like they both have real data, not just basic data, and actually can interpret the pieces of the class that feels frustrating. I mean, they are also very in touch with the creator community, and I'll nod to this later too. But I think that they are getting input not just from the statistics. They're getting input from people that have already 500-600 hours of the game experience, right? I feel like 9% of this game's issues are caused by them not having real stats on gear and it all being locked to affixes. Shadow Strix sorcerers and Black Arrows being just as tanky as mercenaries and Wither Knights is wrong. I don't know that much about the actual stat numbers to confirm or deny this, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Sword and SNA as strong as ever, though I have no talents in it. Interesting point, says Stoic Trader. Okay, so the devs are acknowledging that both the Tip Edge, Tip Merc, and Parry Memp are currently overperforming. In particular, the red shield builds follow-up deflect mechanics leave opponents feeling entirely hopeless once perfect parry is mastered, completely discouraging offensive plays. They recognize that basically everyone who goes against a calm and competent parry mercenary is probably going to lose unless you play very passively and perfectly. In particular, the parry merc follow-up deflect mechanics leave opponents feeling entirely helpless once perfect parry is mastered, right? This goes back to what they said. Well, we have been, we are impressed. They did not expect gamers to have such high-level mechanics and execution when these guys designed the parry, right? Once perfect parry is mastered, they didn't expect people to master the bloody skill, like, immediately, right? You design the game thinking there's a certain range for player skill, and then you realize that, like, 10% of these guys they click with it immediately, and they become unkillable, right? Not ideal. So, currently overperforming. We're already looking into adjustments to target deflection costs, precision windows, and the risks of missing a parry. Meanwhile, the burst and chase capabilities of the Tip Merc build are also exceptionally strong, and we've already implemented moderate adjustments to its skill behavior and overall damage output. Whoa. Not gonna lie, we thought you were gonna suck. Our bad. It's true. Parry Kings from Souls-like games, GG. And respect, right? Honestly, the Parry Merc guys, you can't even get that mad because it's not easy. If you've ever tried to parry, if you've ever tried to parry in the thick of a high stakes, full loot PvP combat, I'm panic parrying all the time. I'm the panic parry king. I can't hit for shit, right? The guys that can stay calm after getting punched in the nose, you punch a merc in the nose, and then that guy just says, okay, and then parries you perfectly, right? Those guys are fucking chads, okay? Those guys are chads. They are real gamers playing the game. They have honed a skill. They're not spamming. It's not Shadow Strix's spam attack, right? It's just like, I've seen clips. Can you hear this? You can't. I've seen clips of people, Shadow Strix clips on YouTube, where it's just, all you can hear is the friggin' guy. He's just clicking. It's like, dude, click 1,000 more times. I'm almost there. Hey, brother, keep clicking. I'm almost there. Rocky Mountain oysters, keep clicking, right? Parry Merc is the opposite. You got to stay calm while you're getting punched in the face, and that is not easy. So, as annoying as these guys are to play against, like, my frustration level only goes so deep because I know underneath that is tremendous player skill. Unlike other straight DPS builds that do not require restraint and control and good timing, right? Freaky Blinn is not real, he can't hurt you. Okay. That said, right? Both mercenary builds are overperforming. The devs know this. It's not the intention to make it so that certain classes are literally unkillable, right? So they are going to make some adjustments to various things to bring this class in line. Very, very good. Very, very good. The Hammer Mercenary is currently performing in line with our expectations in both solo and trios modes. It is not fun to play against a Hammer Mercenary, but it is also surmountable, right? From my POV. You can be punished tremendously, right? If you miss one dodge, but if you get the initiative, if you get the momentum in a fight, fighting against a Hammer Mercenary, parrying a Hammer Mercenary as a greatsword, right? For me, it's been a little more achievable than overcoming some of the best parry mercs out there. The Hammer Mercenary is currently performing in line with our expectations in both solo and trio modes. In certain scenarios and team compositions, it even leans slightly overtuned. Team compositions. We're going to talk about trios. There's some issues, right? It even leans slightly overtuned. Because go figure, super armor in a trio situation is freaking stupid and easy, right? So we may introduce minor tweaks based on upcoming data tracking. Okay. Now, I don't really have a horse in the trios race. I don't really have a horse in the trios race. So, I wish the best for all the trios enjoyers, but like, it's kind of like, above my pay grade, whatever. I'm not that concerned. We'll see what happens though. For the pole arm and shield withered knight, the quick shield bash build is currently performing as expected. It can be oppressive. I call it the turtle shuffle, right? You get the little turtle shield, and you shuffle, and you shuffle. It's the turtle shuffle, right? The quick shield bash build is currently performing as expected. Interesting. I thought people feel it's pretty strong, but I think it is easy enough to get out of the way of the turtle shuffle, if that makes sense. However, the alternative enhanced shield bash build is underperforming. I didn't know, right? It's interesting how the devs have an idea of, you know, there's multiple builds per class. It's not just the two, right? Each class has two different weapons, right? And you would assume there to be kind of one playstyle per weapon, but it sounds like the devs here recognize that with a polearm and shield mercenary, there's the quick shield bash build, and there's also the enhanced shield bash build. I'm not sure what the difference is. I don't know that much about the PNS, right? But it's interesting to see, oh, there is like a deeper design there. There is a deeper design there. The enhanced shield bash build is underperforming and will likely deploy significant adjustments for it in Season 2. Interesting. Hey there, welcome in. Trios does feel like a different game. It's true. They most certainly do have a percentage survival rate for every talent setup. Yes. Just make Hammer Merc need to actually aim their attacks and not give them insane tracking, and the class is totally balanced with 0 changes to energy, damage, and cooldowns. I think, well said, RC Cola. Well said. Okay, for the Greatsword Withered Knight, we recently buffed its basic attack patterns. This was primarily done to address situations where its animation recovery and high execution costs left it at a disadvantage during close quarters combat. We've also moderately enhanced the effectiveness of several associated skills and talents. What does this say without saying it? This says explicitly, well, not explicitly, but this says very clearly that the Greatsword Withered Knight has been underperforming, right? If they're going to go out of their way to say both sword and shield mercenary builds are currently overperforming, if they're going to call out sword and shield mercenary, black arrow, and sorcerer, right, as having a very high skill ceiling, they say nothing of that, right? I thought that the Greatsword, we made it work, right? I'm very proud of myself for, I think, overperforming with a Greatsword Withered Knight, which I think according to the dev metrics, the dev data, was not overperforming. I think the Greatsword was underpowered, and we made it work. We made it work. So I'm proud. I'm proud. Before the buffs, didn't ask for buffs, okay? Got buffs. We've moderately enhanced the effectiveness of several. It was almost like 80% of my loadout got a buff. And so as a reaction to that, I'm going to have to let go of 100% Greatsword, I think. And I think going forward, I'm going to focus on a slightly less optimal hybrid Great Penis build, right? Great Penis. Great PNS, right? I agree that the Withered Knight buffs are good. I agree. Get more people to have more success with the playstyle, more diversity in the raids is good. But for people, and there's so many knights that are better than I am. People at a certain level of skill and experience with the game did not need the buff. I will say, it's nice, but it was unnecessary for the people that had put in the time, right? I came back directly to Great Penis build. It's gonna be my. I'm gonna focus hard on the Great Penis, right? Thank you, Jay. Why? Thank you. Why? Thank you. Okay. For those who don't know, right? Here's some of the merc. Here's some of the merc things that they changed, and I'll just leave this up in case you didn't see it. And then here are the buffs to Withered Knight Greatsword, in case you didn't see it. We're not going to go through it. And then here's another thing. Shortly after this message, right? This is just another indication of the quality of these devs and a few encouraging things for friends in different regions of the world. So Hugo says, "Hi everyone, we'll be performing a complete server maintenance next week. The reason that the Stardust wasn't fixed this time, Stardust damage, I assume. People have been concerned about the amount of DPS potential from a Stardust Sorcerer. The reason that the Stardust Sorcerer damage wasn't addressed this time is we simply didn't have enough time. So it wasn't included in this update. The update focused on the Mercenary nerfs and the Greatsword buffs. But this is also on their radar, which is incredible to see. Okay, incredible to see. We'll be making more balance adjustments next week. That's a really healthy clip, I think, right? Next week, even more balance adjustments. The OCE server, hello nurse, right? Our friends down under. The OCE server is scheduled to go live next week. If any issues arise, I'll keep you updated on changes to the schedule. Also, I can only collect everyone's feedback on the classes and pass it on to the dev team. People have been talking to Hugo, like Hugo has kind of like executive power to make class balance decisions. And Hugo was trying to say, guys, the only thing I can do is collect your feedback and pass it on to the dev team. So please don't get too mad at Hugo. Hugo is not an executive. Hugo is a community liaison, right? Hugo is an emissary, right? He's a diplomat. He's a bridge between a bunch of really angry, nerdy gamers and the big brains at Bellring who are actually designing and coding the game, right? Hugo seems chill. I agree. I give Hugo love. Otherwise, we lose our dev. It's true. I'm not. Hey, I respect, right? OC next week. It's true. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Yes, Gar knows. This is exactly correct. Feel free to discuss them further. It will be included in the data. So the fact that there's not one but two really excellent and communicative community managers, right, is another indication of quality for the dev team. Okay, so in a nutshell, that's general PvP balance. I think that this message came at the perfect time. Some very, very encouraging and insightful things. A lot of flexibility, a lot of humility, a lot of very smart responses to the current state of play. What does this tell you? It tells you, I just realized this, that unlike the ego, the ego that drove the rigidity and inflexibility of SDF at Iron Mace, right? As the game's designer, these guys seem like they are more interested in the actual long-term health and balance and quality of experience that gamers have in Mistfall, right? We had to try so hard to get SDF to understand that there was class balance issues in Dark and Darker. And here we are 3 weeks post 1.0 launch, and the Mistfall devs, right? Hugo, the other community managers, are the dev team seems not only responsive to our feedback, but also willing to make massive and meaningful changes to the class design. And that tells me that they care more about the game's health and success than they do some sort of personal ego-based definition, some personal ego-based like validation of their initial hypothesis or design, right? They want the game to succeed. They don't care about, you know, being right about the game's vision or the game's design, if that makes sense. And that is super, super refreshing to see, right? This game is going to correct direction, but still needs like 2 months or something. Servers are still so bad sometimes. I mean, it's true. It's true. And there was another mention of that. There's another mention of some of the CPU threading. Here, let's address that concern directly, okay? Because that is related to performance. And so in addition to the balance, this is me jumping ahead, but let me just address the concern about the servers being bad, okay? Because they're on this too. When it comes to class balance adjustments, we still need to observe a vast amount of match data before deciding how to further tweak and optimize specific classes. Totally fair. For the server latency and hitching issues, okay, that many of you have reported, we previously completed a full server-wide optimization targeting cloud server CPU hyperthreading issues, which has successfully reduced the frequency of these stutters. At the same time, we have set up dedicated server frame rate monitoring, which help us discover that actions like refreshing chimes and treasure chests can sometimes trigger excessive computation loads, leading to other performance hiccups. These specific issues will be systematically resolved in upcoming updates to drastically improve your overall combat experience. So for anyone thinking that they are just kind of like ignoring these server performance issues, I think it's priority number one. I think these guys know that if they can't have a smooth combat experience, it doesn't matter what class you're playing. It doesn't matter about class balance. If every single class is having a shitty time because of teleports and lag and hitching and weird network effects on combat, everybody loses, right? The server issues and server performance is priority number one. And that's why it's taken them so long to get their hands around the balance issue, because they've been so focused on optimizing the server performance. But this note here indicates that they know it's a problem, it's still a priority, and they've identified a source of a lot of the issues. So have some optimism for their ability to resolve that going forward. Netcode struggles to handle collisions of two moving targets. This often leads to rubber banding and teleporting. So I think based on what they've said, they understand where some of the issues are. And I think it's just a matter of like, you know, it's fine. The game is one thing when it's behind closed doors in a playtest, when it's in the relatively navigable environment of an open beta, right? Where there's a lot of players, but it's still, you don't have 1.5 million people, right? Post-launch, it really is go time, okay? And there's things that you can plan for, but there's things that you don't know, right? And when 1.5 million people start playing your game, you better believe that all of your design systems get stress tested. And so, give them a little bit of slack. It's only been 3 weeks. They know that there are issues, and they are working, I think, very hard to address those issues. Okay, so that's a little off topic, but I wanted to address some of the performance things. Okay, the next topic is one of my personal favorites and or personal pet peeves, and that is the balance between ranged and melee classes. This is an OG concern, okay? The whole point of this yap is to look back at some of the projections that we had just before the game launched, right? We had a list of hopes and fears just before game launch, and we're revisiting those hopes and fears to see, has anything come true? What is the state of the game compared to the hopes and fears we had just pre-launch? And one of those fears I had was the balance between range and melee, okay? There is a delicate balance between ranged and melee classes, particularly in fantasy extraction games. And from my POV, ranged classes usually take less risk for greater reward. I think this is a pretty common understanding, that the ranged classes don't experience the entirety of the combat system. Ranged classes do damage from ranged, right? They're not in melee range. They're not competing in melee combat. They're not interacting with the complete suite of the combat system that includes melee parrying, blocking, etc. Ranged classes rely on range damage and evasion, basically. And so, because of that, I think that ranged classes take less risk for the opportunity for greater reward. And that creates tension between players like me who prefer a melee, an all-in and in-your-face melee-focused gameplay experience. It's my job to close the gap on a ranged player. It's the ranged player's job to get away from me. I can't play the game until I close the gap, but the ranged player is playing the game from the start of the engagement. So how did this pan out? In my opinion, this still needs work from my perspective, okay? The disparity between some melee classes and some ranged classes still needs work for my POV, but I am getting more comfortable with different class styles sharing the same raid space in Mistfall Hunter. I am getting more comfortable with there being other classes that aren't melee running around in the raid the more experience I get with the game. which is a good sign, which is good. It's always a problem in a game that is designed for trios, right? I hate this. Whatever, bro. The game was designed for trios, okay? Many people play and typically abuse that design in solo. When a game is designed for trios, there's usually some oversight when it comes to those classes migrating to a solo raid experience. And I think that is particularly noticeable with some of the range classes. These range classes are designed to be support in a trios environment, but in a 1v1, they're kind of, in a lot of ways, uncatchable and unkillable. It's different in trios. You have more options for cornering, for flanking, for powering through the front line. But in a 1v1 focused combat experience, a lot of the ranged classes have too much escape utility, and as the melee player, it is very hard for me to close the gap and get reliable damage in. That said, unlike Dark and Darker, unlike our good friend Dark and Darker, Mistfall Hunter, this game has true mobility power at the base level for all classes. True mobility power and mobility utility is baked into the experience of every class of every player. Unlike Dark and Darker, right? So they're at bottom, no matter what, at least Mistfall Hunter has that layer of base mobility, which is so refreshing and so good, right? It was the source of my ultimate frustration in Dark and Darker, that given some sort of melee range fight, all I could do was just walk, right? Was just walk towards the guy. There was no dodge. What is my ability as a fighter? I can walk slightly faster temporarily, right? Like, meanwhile, the ranger has backstep abilities, right? Meanwhile, like, there's the lack of... We'll get there. Okay? Getting fired up. The more experience I get with Mistfall Hunter, the more ways I can see to win as a melee player versus a range player. This is very encouraging. In the beginning, when I didn't really know a lot about how to play, but how to pilot my melee class, I was frustrated going against sorcerers, going against black arrows. But the more I learn the nuanced timing of the game, the more I learn the class abilities of my opponents, the more I can see ways to win as a melee versus range. In fact, let me just point that out. Let me go video surfers. I think it's right here. It's after this first fight. Let's take a look. Here. Check it out. Here I go against a black arrow. Okay? I hook him in. Damage. I charge up. I close the gap. He dodges. I dash attack, close the gap. I stay on him. I break through charge. I follow up. I charge attack. I keep on him. Right? Damage in. He dodges. I hook. I win. Okay? I'm a blue knight pre-buff. Pre-greatsword buffs. That black arrow is in epics with a legendary bow. And this is pre-buffs. So it's just taken time for me to learn how to use my whole toolkit, for me to anticipate what they can do against me. Also, I got the drop on this guy. But the more I learn about how to pilot my own class, the more I learn about the abilities that my opponents have, the more navigable this melee versus range combat becomes, right? Here's what I will say, though, on the negative side. But the fights feel more binary. When it comes to melee versus range, the fights feel more stark, more black and white, more binary. There's less back and forth. Either I find that A, I get a series of advantageous attacks and they die quickly, right? Kind of like we saw in that clip, where that was me getting a series of advantageous attacks and that black arrow went down pretty quickly. Or I get hit with a series of disadvantageous attacks and I die quickly, right? It's kind of one of those two things. There are some exceptions, right? There are sometimes where like a melee versus Black Arrow fight will go back and forth for a long time. It can be very fun. It can be very interesting. But for the most part, I feel that in Mistfall Hunter, even currently still, the melee versus ranged fights, they feel more binary. Either I completely use the power of my kit and I kill them quickly, or they completely use the power of their kit and they kill me quickly, right? And that's the problem. Ranged melee fights are usually not fun for one party. Unlike melee-based fights, which feel more like a dialogue, I think. There's more back and forth. There's more chance for counterplay. There's more satisfying anticipation and counterplay in a melee versus melee fight. Rather than, as opposed to a melee versus ranged fight, which feels more like a rushdown, right? Or an auto-win and auto-lose situation, is what I want to say. But the more I play and learn, right? The more that I play and learn alongside ongoing dev balance, I honestly feel the less angry I'm becoming, the less angry I'm feeling. The more I learn about the game, the more I can see a path to victory, the less angry I am. Because in this game, remarkably, there is always a way to play better, right? And this game rewards good decision making above all else, right? Above all else. In comparison, yes, exactly. Morelius, check it out, right? A prescient comment. A prescient comment. In comparison, if you are a longsword fighter or a slayer fighter versus a competent sorcerer or wizard in solo high roller dark and darker, you are going to lose the vast majority of the time because the tools are just lacking, right? You don't have the tools. And Mistfall Hunter, by comparison, is just a game that has better combat design. Foundationally, you have more options, you have more mobility. Every class has more to say, but despite that, the melee versus range fights still feel very stark, very binary, and in a lot of ways, a melee versus range fight is not fun because of that starkness. Those fights are not fun for one of the parties. Versus, compared to a melee versus melee fight, which are typically always fun for both parties, right? Typically always fun for both parties. The devs also have something to say about this. Let's read the dev note. Let's read the dev note. We're also keeping a close eye on ranged classes. We've already begun implementing moderate nerfs to their burst damage output. Recently, we've been evaluating the mobility performance of ranged classes and tracking how specific map terrain amplifies their effectiveness. In particular, Black Arrow and Sorcerer currently possess exceptional initiation tools and damage output while retaining safe kiting and survival capabilities. Oh, guys, they know! They know! And they're telling us they know. They're saying, they have the courage to say, our bad. Our game is kind of broken, right? People have found a way to leverage incredible burst damage and damage initiation while still also benefiting from very powerful kiting and damage evasion abilities, right? They know, and they're telling us they know. Super refreshing. We'll continue to leverage data and match observation to bring ranged classes back down to a healthy, balanced state. Holy crap, right? Holy crap. Dudes, one more time. Recently, we've been evaluating the mobility performance of ranged classes and tracking how specific map terrain amplifies their effectiveness. In particular, it's one thing to know that the stats on paper of a ranged class may be overtuned, but it's another level of very impressive nuance for the devs to know, well, maybe the abilities aren't so overtuned, but when you combine ability power plus certain map terrain, then it starts to get OP, right? And the fact that they can connect that dot, because it's easy to get data on certain ability usage survival rates. I would assume it's harder to get data to see how like a moderately powered ability can be combined with application in a certain part of the map to make that ability OP, right? So that is another very encouraging thing. Black Arrow and Sorcerer currently possess exceptional initiation tools and damage output while retaining safe kiting and survival capabilities. We'll continue to leverage data to match observation and bring ranged classes back down to a healthy balanced state. So good. So good. One other thing here I noticed. This is a little tangential, but still interesting. How do you say this? Sokia? Sokia? I'm going to say Sokia, right? We also released a second online update on August 19th. We slightly increased the time limit before expanding the matchmaking range, slightly increasing the likelihood that players will be matched with others of a similar gear quality. If anyone was curious how the matchmaking worked, here's a little indication, right? Perhaps a little bit of insight that they're expanding the matchmaking time to increase the likelihood that players will be matched with others of similar gear rarity. So it does sound like the rarity of like the gear power, your gear rarity level, your gear rarity score has a large influence on the matchmaking. Yes, and then look, and then they leave us with this. A little taste of the Black Arrow Javelin. Who knows how that's gonna play? Dang, this is not a new class. This is the second weapon. Currently, the Black Arrow only has the bow. The second weapon for the Black Arrow is going to be a javelin. And actually, like a whole hopper. A quiver of javelins. Right? A quiver of javelins. Is there going to be some melee potential here? Right? They should give it some bleed attacks. It does look awesome, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It was supposed to be at launch. Interesting. Anyways, yes. Finally, some official word on the matchmaking framework. I thought it was interesting, so I just wanted to call that out. Black Arrow getting a trebuchet next patch? We'll see. Hi, Creamer. How are you? Okay, great. That is the notes on the balance between range and melee. So far, so good. Let's keep it rolling. The next fear that I had that we want to check back in on, I had a fear about full loot PvP with hard crowd control, with hard CC, with stuns, with immobilizes, right? With stun lock. Full loot PvP in games that are built around stuns and escapes can be very challenging, right? This can be a very risky, very challenging foundation to build a PvP game upon, okay? Because basically, for a full loot PvP game that includes stun lock, right? You have to learn how to use and escape that stun lock or basically quit the game. There's no middle ground. If you're going to have a game that features stun lock, players have to learn how to use and escape that stun lock or they quit, basically. And that learning curve can be steep. Hard stuns, dying to stun lock never feels good. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of like an abusive relationship because when you are the oppressor, right? When you are the stun locker, it can feel good. You're like, ooh, I got him. Ooh, I got him. Ooh, this guy is locked down and I kill him, I win. It feels good going out, right? But then you die to it and it feels bad every time. You hate it. You rage. And then when you die to stun lock, you just can't wait. You can't wait to once again be the abuser, right? You pay it forward. So it is this kind of weird cycle where it sucks to die to stun lock, but also it feels good and satisfying to kill someone else in stun lock. So it's a very kind of complicated relationship. Sokia or Dansuis is female dancer in Lithuanian. Anyway, so this was an OG concern, right? We have experience on this channel with another full loot fantasy extraction game that featured hard CC, and that game did not survive, sadly, right? That game did not survive. I was initially very concerned about this for Mistfall Hunter. because hard stun lock without tutorials and proper countermeasures, like I said, has caused other games to fail, right? So it's a legitimate concern. In Mistfall, though, I think I'm happy to say that players are learning to wield stuns. Players are learning how to interrupt the attacks of other players. Players are learning how to evade and escape reliably and to anticipate their opponents also have those abilities, those actions in PvP. It's not easy, right? It's a rocky road, but I think players in Mistfall are learning to wield stuns, to interrupt, to evade and escape reliably, and to anticipate those actions from their opponents in PvP. It's kind of like a table stake. It's the price of admission for this game. If you want to play this game, you have to learn how to wield CC, how to wield your class's version of CC. Yes, the skill floor, right? The amount of things you have to learn, the general difficulty of the game is, in other terms, is otherwise called the skill floor. If a game has a low skill floor, it's easy to learn. It's easy to get in, to pick it up, to make it work. If a game has a higher skill floor, there's more work the player has to do to achieve that base level of skill. The floor is like the bottom. And if it's a high skill floor, the player has to do a lot of work to reach that bottom level of skill. And that's not easy, okay? The skill floor in this game is higher than other games without stun lock. But this aspect of the game has not been a big deal for most players in a solo context, I don't think. Some people it's not going to be their cup of tea. They try it, they don't like it, they bounce. That's fine. But for the vast majority of the 1.5 million people that are playing this game, I think the vast majority understand that stun lock is part of the game, and you are going to get stun locked, and there are tools you have to get to break away from stun lock to avoid getting stunned in the first place. And that's the kind of like initial journey that a lot of players go on, right? Now, stunning in trios is another story, okay? And we're going to talk about the trios experience because this is a different thing entirely, right? Different thing entirely. But for solo, I think that a lot of people have been pretty quick studies of this. And a lot of that is due to the clear tutelage, right? The ways the game teaches you about those stun lock systems and the general default tools that the game gives you to break away from those stun lock situations. So GG to Mistfall for that. What has been your experience? You tell me, guys. What has been your experience with learning the CC mechanics, the crowd control mechanics, the stun lock, the interrupt mechanics, the breakaway mechanics? How have you felt generally about this aspect of the game in PvP? I'm curious to know. More intentionality and reactionary gaming mindset. Ooh, nice. That's a nice comment. That's good to hear. I'm gonna do this just to give myself a little more space to see what you guys are saying. 2 hits in, expect them to break away. Yes, totally. Breakaway took a second to understand. I didn't know that it had a cooldown, and so when I got caught by impalement right after breakaway, I was confused at why I couldn't just do it again. Yes, very well said. Yes. If you have played any Souls game, it clicks. What if you never played any Souls games, right? It forces smart decision making. Yes. It took me a week for the light to go off in my head for looking at the melee fights as almost like boxing matches. Stick and move, stick and move. Very well said. Trio stun locking is the thing. It's kind of unfun. We're going to talk about trios next. It has some bugs, like the character remaining right in the way of spamming attacks, wasting a breakaway. It never felt good. I see. It is much less intentional feeling in trios. It'd be fun if you played your first Souls game on stream. Maybe we'll get there. There's a lot of stuff on the content calendar coming up, right? Apogea is on the list. Valheim 1.0 is on the list. Bloody Hunger is on the list, right? Let's get one or two other people. What has been your experience with learning Stunlock, learning CC in the game? No backseating though. I'm kind of reluctant because anytime I play a game that I'm a novice at, everyone has suggestions, right? It is very hard to try something, to be new at something on stream, because anyone who knows anything about any game doesn't know how to shut the fuck up about it. You know what I mean? And I understand it's an interactive broadcast, right? And it is a learning stream, but it's also very, very annoying, right? It's very, very annoying because some people just can't help themselves, and I just want to say all the things that I know about this game that you're playing and all the things you're doing wrong, right? So I have to do it in fits and starts, basically. Are you doing Apogee? I think it's going to be a community thing, I think. Get good. Guys, the old man knows how to cut a bitch, right? Schneely, it's Cuddy in England, okay? It's Cuddy in England. Welcome to London, bruv, right? Welcome to London, bruv. Now, Schneely's in Kent, right? It's not London. It's east. A little southeast of London, right? But it's still Cuddy. They like it cold there, guys. They like it cold. Oh, I know. And it was new. I understand. I know. And there is an invisible line, and there's no way for you to know where my tolerance level is on my invisible line meter. So it's on me to politely and proactively say, okay, you know, I'm about to try some stuff I've never tried. Please let me try and fail, right? It's on me. I can do a much better job of being transparent, forthcoming with my comfort levels. No, there's no need to apologize. I'm the one. It's my job to say how much is too much. It's nothing on you. I know. It's nothing on you. Like, there are certain aspects to streaming that I've become, you know, experienced, practiced with, seasoned with, and there are other aspects of streaming that I'm still learning. And sharing my mindset for that is something that I'm still new at. So patience with me as I learn all the different ropes of this weird interactive broadcast, right? Okay. Good thoughts. Let's talk about this. This is kind of a big issue, okay? I think last time Blinn said that he had enough advice and you stopped giving it. I think you took the back out. Yeah, you did take it back. And I was being a little, you know, I was being testy, okay? I was being a little rude, I think, right? Unreasonable. So you did take it very well. You did. Yes. Some people just can't help themselves with backseating. You simply reading the chat leaves you open to spoilers. Yeah, I know. Like if I really want to experience something, right? Unspoiled, I have to do it off stream. Like I understand that just the simple virtue of being on stream comes with it the risk of spoilers, because some people can't help themselves. It's true. Oh, there's no need. It's all good, man. It's all good. There was another time during a Hunt Showdown stream where I got angry at Clippy for backseating, passing on chat messages. We're still learning. I'm not a fan of how quickly the breakaway charges. It charges over time when you do damage, also when you get hit. It's also very ranged crutch skew. It's true. And I think, you know, I understand this. They know this. They know that the ranged classes have a few too many tools, right? So I'm optimistic. Imagine being angry at Clippy. Only a monster would. Now, okay, whatever. Yeah, it's all good. We're all learning together. Can I get a front seat of what? A front seat where? Of which one? Okay. Let's lock in here, guys. Let's lock in. Oh, a front seat instead of a back seat. Yeah, but then maybe there's a nice comfy pile for you here on my stack of gross gamer gloves. Okay, the only other front seat in this house is my stacked cushion seating of gross gamer gloves. Shame on Blinn Kappa. I see. Thank you for the help. Okay, This was not. Front seat equals you are the streamer. Got it. This one, guys, this was not an original fear. I did not know. I never really played trios in the play tests, right? In the open beta. My exposure, my experience with this game mode is very limited, I will say. But this has kind of emerged as an issue for a lot of people that enjoy this game mode. And that is that there are issues in trios, right? Issues in trios. Let's talk about it, shall we? I don't play trios. Trios, though, I don't play trios, but I watch streams and I read comments, okay? I do watch a lot of streams, and I do read a lot of comments in Discord, in the streams that I attend, right? On other internet forums. I don't think my diagnosis, right? After reviewing the symptoms, my diagnosis is that trios is not appropriate for the map size or the map layouts in this game. A game that prominently features stunlock, powerful AoE, and prolific super armor, right? If we had to kind of like summarize the issues of trios: stunlock, powerful AoE, and prolific super armor. I don't think the trios is appropriate for the size of the map. The maps are actually very small in a lot of ways. The maps, despite the maps being, you know, diverse and interesting, right? Hand socks. Thank you. Oh, what have I done? The maps aren't that big actually, and they feel even smaller when it feels like everyone in trios has got stunlock, AoE, and super armor, right? With a bigger, more open world style map, like if you think about like a Hunger map, right? Hunger had more of kind of like a truly open world style map. Maybe trios would feel better, right? More kind of open field or undulating terrain with a couple of walls or other obstacles, right? With fewer choke points, with less collision, with less bottlenecks, etc. Okay? For the current map design, for the current way the maps are laid out and configured, duos, I think, would be ideal. Duos would be ideal for the current map design and still make for interesting class compositions, right? Class pairing. The kind of macro class that you and your partner would form. A Withered Knight and a Sorcerer, a Mercenary and a Black Arrow, a Shadow Strix and a Blasphemer Seer, right? A Sorcerer and a Mercenary, a Sorcerer and a Black Arrow, a Reverent Seer and a Blasphemer Seer, right? You can imagine these different combinations. You could do, you know, there's so much variety and diversity just in class pairings, right? You don't need trios. You don't need it, I don't think. Let's go this one. Sorry, I was just changing the soundtrack because I didn't like... Let's change again. Cool. You don't need trios, right? There's a lot of interest and dynamic that exists even just in duos class comps that I think would be interesting. From my POV, three players per team. From my POV, 3 players per team is not a good fit for the class powers and maps as they currently are. Okay? Trios is not a good fit for the class powers and maps. Trios should be removed, I think. But this will never happen. I think this is one aspect of kind of developer rigidity, right? Remember how we said earlier in the stream that the devs are being very honest and forthcoming about some of the class imbalance, and they are being very flexible, and they are demonstrating a kind of like an ego-less approach to class design revision, to class balance and class power revision. very admirable that they are letting go of their vision for the game and responding to how players are actually using these classes to make major revisions to class balance and class power. And that is very admirable and impressive. But I don't think that that same sort of ego-less flexibility is going to extend to this more foundational aspect of the game's design. It would be, in my opinion, a massive W, right? A massive W if the devs could let go of trios being the squad-based kind of goal for the game and instead embrace duos. You don't have to change anything. Change nothing. The maps are perfect for duos, but I don't think it's ever going to happen, right? Or maybe this is a true test of developer vision flexibility. SDF at Iron Mace had basically zero developer vision flexibility, and as a result, Druid ruined the game, right? Certain class imbalances ruined the game. It took a year and a half, right? But slowly Druid sapped the life energy out of solo, right? In a lot of ways. And SDF's rigidity, his inflexibility, his resistance to change for that particular class, I think cost the game a tremendous amount of success. And maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic here, but I think that a lot of people are fed up with how Trios feels. And it's a similar situation where player desire is hitting up against an original developer vision for the game, right? There's a conflict there. Players are saying trios are no fun, it feels bad. The devs are saying, but this game is designed to be trios. We designed this game to be a squad versus squad game. So there is this kind of like battle going back and forth between the players and the devs, and we'll see. This could be a true test of developer vision flexibility. We'll see if they respond, right? We'll see if they respond to that. I also disagree. I love trios, even with melee ranger PvP fighter ability. People can hide away. The new event is fantastic. Chaos. I think for a lot of people aren't interested in the chaos of it, though. I think a lot of people feel like there's too much chaos, right? Too much chaos. I'm glad that you're having a good time, but overwhelmingly, maybe it's easier for people to share negative feedback, right? It's easier for people to share the things they don't like. Maybe a lot of people really love trios and they're just less vocal. That could totally be the thing. But I think overwhelmingly the comments and feedback I see are people having concerns about there being too much chaos in trios compared to there being kind of satisfying exchanges. I was going to skip over Mistfall because I don't enjoy the idea of third person. Also, no dedicated OCE was a massive turnoff, but your passion thoughts in the game makes me reconsider. Also, OCE server next week, Bulldog. Charlie. Yes, exactly. Super exciting. Excellent. I really love threes. I think it's mostly a skill issue. Interesting. I mean, there could be a silent majority. There could be a ton of people that just love trios and don't express their pleasure as much as the people who don't like it express their displeasure. Go figure. It's kind of how the internet works, right? Chaos is not fun when you take the game competitively. Trios is full of sorks. Let's keep talking about it, right? Because I think whether or not you like it or not, right? We can probably all agree that class stacking, right? Class stacking in trios is a terrible issue, is a bad idea, right? A couple of sorks and a rogue, 2 sorks and a reverent seer, right? So much area denial, so much CC, so much AoE, right? And we know that this is a meta, right? And I've seen some of the most competitive people in the game saying that like the triple sork teams in trios are just absolute cancer, right? It's cancer. And it's like, you know, if you're one of the 3 sorks class stacking in trios, well then good on you, right? Have fun being a shithead, right? that it's kind of like it is the trios meta, right? It is the trios meta, right? And the problem I have with meta players is that people who play the meta are playing a lazy, selfish version of the game. And by doing so, maybe you have fun. You as one of the 3 Sorks are having fun, but it's not fun for everybody else. And that sucks. Typically in games like this, the AoE stacking is punished by friendly fire. Very interesting observation, Xyoxide. Very interesting. Hi, Hugh. Welcome in. Hey. Jason Omelik? Jason Omelik. JS Nomelik. Melk. I don't know how to say this, guys. I don't know how to say this. What's up? Can I... what do I say? Thank you. Welcome in. Has decided to give themselves an executive promotion. Wants keys to the executive washroom. JSNO. JSNO I like. JSNO. Better than milk, right? JSNO. Thank you. Obviously it's pronounced just no milk, right? It's my last. Well, don't tell us that, right? Clemonsage. What? Welcome to the best place on YouTube. Aw. That's. Welcome in, friend. Thank you for the support. Enjoy all of the executive content on YouTube. J is my first initial. JSNO, I like that. Easy. JSNO, I like it. Welcome in, Jay. Welcome in, JSNO. Excellent. Okay. I think we can agree that class stacking is a terrible issue, right? It's a rookie mistake. Okay, this is a rookie mistake. Very good point from Zio that normally the AoE that you know is spammed. Can you hurt your teammates with a locust swarm in Dark and Darker? If you're a cleric and you cast locust swarm, can you hurt your teammates? Can you hurt your team with earthquake? You can, right? Can you hurt your teammates with piercing shrill? You can for sure. Oh yeah. Can you hurt your teammates with piercing shrill? No. Not interesting, right? Interesting. Bard can't hit mates. That's kind of curious that there is a design decision there, right? Have you seen the new dad patch? No. No, I have not. Bard is the exception. That's very curious, right? I think I kind of appreciate that because the Bard is just playing songs, right? If there's a neat that works from that works. Was there there was. Come on, there was. We got to give credit a little bit, right? Tutorial has been added. Interesting. Well, too bad we're not talking about. Well, I guess we kind of are. I guess we kind of are. I don't want to get distracted though. I think stalemates at doors, Sorks are a problem, and the event has been great for teams fighting at once for the souls. I think it's because Bard's AoEs are centered on himself, so it'd be pretty perfect. This is exactly it, right? Because the Bard's AoE emanates from himself, right? And the Bard is usually behind the frontliners, right? The Bard is not going to go off alone on the flank to do tiny chip damage, right? With an AoE song, right? Okay, cool. He might. He might. Hey, if you play Bard at the highest level, I don't profess to understand, right? Like the uber levels of Bard skill, okay? He just yells in your ear and then gets mauled to death, exactly. Okay. I think that allowing class stacking is kind of a rookie mistake. It took Dad a long time to realize that class stacking, particularly in High Roller and Arena, was not good for the game. How long did it take? I want to say like 3 or 4 full fucking seasons of Arena before Dad finally, we shook enough sense. You gotta shake the baby, right? You shake that fucking baby. Don't allow 3 warlocks on a team in Arena, you stupid idiots. Right? You stupid idiots. Stop it. You smarten up. You smarten up, right? Smarten up, you idiots. Right? That's how it felt when you would go against the Tripper. You would go against the class stacking in Arena. It would just be so obvious and so annoying, right? So annoying. And finally they got it. Finally they got it. How long though? How long? They just recently stopped pre-made SR teams from stack. It's like, it's such an obvious thing. It's so obvious. Anyway, good luck, Mistfall, right? What have you experienced? What have you experienced in trios? For those of you who have played, I know there has been some positive experiences. I want a quick canvas. A quick canvas. Let's do a poll, maybe even. Let's do a poll. How has your experience been in trios? Fun and manageable. Fun and chaotic. A little too messy for me to be honest. Horrible, can't stand it. You tell me, guys. A little informal poll here. Even one Sork per team is too many Sorks. AoE needs to have significantly less damage. Otherwise, the more AoE, the more you hit all three opponents, especially in tight map locations. Yes. I play Penis Withered Knight, and yeah, class stacking sucks. You can win sometimes. I actually love Mistfall and Hunger, even without playing them. It might make that improve. Only Mingus. Only Mingus. No Minguses. Thank you, Two Hands. I appreciate your support, buddy. Thanks for sticking with us, man. It's late for Two Hands, guys. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Two Hands. Maybe have some AoE be shared between targets. Yeah, no Mingus, guys. I actually want the input. 23 votes. Interesting. I gotta grind the Mingus skin by the end of the season. 25 votes. Petition to have Blinn add heavy metal to the place to keep lurkers on their toes. You know, I fuck with Deicide, okay? I used to be a drummer in a metal band. So, you know, a little dying fetus, right? Some blast beats to keep you on your toes. I know my way around some death metal, black metal, okay? I know my way around some. I had taken a nap before this, so I chugged a Red Bull and booted Expedition into Darkness. What does he say? I thought he said now, and now I'm farting. But he said farming. Head hit off by an ogre. Yikes. Okay, 29 votes. Thank you all for voting. Respect for drummers. Excellent. I was a guitarist in a death metal thrash band once upon a time. Life is long, right? You never know where someone is on their journey. Life is long. 31 votes. Thank you for voting. Thanks for keeping me company. You're welcome, sir. Well, they're saying they have a big nerf coming for Sorcerer, and I'm hopeful. Yes. Yeah, for anyone looking for a fun, free game, Expedition into Darkness, guys. Okay, 31 votes. Excellent participation. I appreciate you all very much. I updated my handle here on YouTube just to match Discord. Excellent. Just visiting. Oh, I see. Excellent. Just visiting. I like that. It's a free demo. It is. Free demo. Did I say something weird? Did I not say free demo? It looks like a lot of people in our tiny anecdotal poll, right? 55% of 31 people say it's a little too messy. And then there's an even mix of fun and manageable, fun and chaotic, and horrible, I can't stand it. Interesting. I remember Expedition. I think I was one of its playtests. Yeah, it was. It's come a long way. It feels a lot better. The earlier playtests were a little crunchy, right? Welcome in. That is nice. Just visiting, welcome in, right? Might be it's true. Hey, it's a tiny, it is useless data, right? I'll say it. It is useless data, but it is nice to see how people in this community at least feel about it. It's kind of like Tarkov in that it's like fantasy Tarkov in the way you can build a halberd, you could build a bastard sword, you can build an axe, you know? I know, second map on godlike PC still have 1% of 30. I know. Trios can be fun unless you get hit with the meta. That's true. Okay, that's true. Okay. We're about halfway done the yap. Guys, Clippy, I want to relieve Clippy. I want to leave it up to Clippy. It is so nice to have Clippy, but we're about halfway done, okay? And I just want to check in with Clippy because Clippy is free. I want Clippy to sit down. Do you guys know that Clippy is standing the whole time? Clippy is standing the whole time. Did you know that? And so, I want to be sensitive to Clippy. If Clippy has to, I want Clippy to sit down and enjoy a book sorting game, a duck sorting game, standing desk gaming. Yes. Standing desk gaming. It's biased considering your channel is all 1v1s, running unyielding has made sorcerers less of an issue, but need blue purple to maintain so to damage yourself too. Clippy never sits down ever. There it is. Well, what is he standing for? Make him walk, generate power for us. Legs of steel. There it is, legs of steel. I've been standing all day. Okay, Clippy, claps for Clippy, friends. Clippy, you are relieved. Clippy, you are relieved. Clippy, let's get a clap for Clippy, guys. Let's get a clap for Clippy, shall we? For those who don't know, a little detour here. A little detour. One moment. For those who don't know, just before we say goodbye, here we go. A little bit of this. Because sometimes people don't know, right? Sometimes people don't know. And we like to say thank you. We like to say thank you to a special friend around here, okay? We like to say thank you. I've been standing all day, says Clippy. To any executive members who have not yet joined the Discord, get in the Discord, get in the bloody Discord. Let's say thanks. Our favorite pal, okay? Our favorite pal. What is this? It's going to be loud. Adjust your volume, okay? This is a community-written song by the Boardroom Balladeers. Who are these dudes? Some of them are in chat right now, okay? And this song is called Have You Ever Met the Goat? Are you ready? Are you ready? Sneaky, sit down and enjoy some cheese, Clippy. Thank you very much for this, Sneaker Beaster. I can't believe I'd met the goat. It's a sing-along. Listen. Listen.
Have you ever met the goat?
Oh.
Ooh, their name is Clippy.
Their name is Clippy, guys. Clippy's here.
You ask why Clippy is the goat? Well, let me tell you quickly.
Why is Clippy the goat? Let's learn, okay? These things.
Everything we have is from our favorite.
It's Clippy, okay? It's Clippy. Here we go.
Barbs one tap.
Live drums.
Druids fly away. Clerics melee like it's Judgment Day. The circle shrinks.
It's a curse design.
It's a curse
design.
But Clippy keeps us all in line.
Right?
Doesn't matter.
It's Lyrebird.
What games we play. Blinn and Clippy gonna make
It's mostly Clippy, right?
What would we do?
Who would we be?
Without
That Clippy, guys. That Clippy. I know. I know.
Blinn, yeah, we know
It's there.
that's true.
It is there.
What are we supposed to do?
Here we go. Oh.
Whoa, without C-L-I-B-B-Y, the great cheese lovers. C-L-I-B-B-Y, always on the cover. C-L-I-B-B-Y, going on the fly. C-L-I-B-B-Y, you keep our spirits high.
Guys, the Boardroom Balladeers. Who do we have here? Vocals, Moss, Mateo, Lyrebird, The Duel, Piano, Mateo, in chat right now. Synths and keys, Star, live drums, Jay, bass, The Bad Artist, narration, Lyrebird. Guys.
You get cursed by the warlocks, get smashed by the druids. You'll raise our shield, but the swine goes right through it. We'll yap and we'll get slapped, but Clippy's got our back.
What a solo, right?
Well, you've heard who we think is the GOAT, and it's still Clippy.
It's Clippy. Guys.
And this here lo-fi powwow sure wouldn't be much of anything without him.
It's true.
What else can we say? Even with all the emotes in the world, may as well try.
Let's try it. Claps for Clippy, guys. Claps for Clippy.
Clippy's the goal.
We'll start a poll in the chat, yeah.
Clippy's the goal.
Go on and tally the vote, yeah.
Clippy's the goal.
Surely you know that by now. Ah! It's always been you. Claps in the chat.
Clippy's the goal.
We'll start a poll in the chat, yeah.
Clippy's the goal.
Go on and tally the vote, yeah.
Clippy's the goal.
Surely you know that by now. Ah! It's always been you. Yay, Clippy! Clippy's work is done, guys. Look at the claps. Hooray! The boardroom balladeers the candle. Good night. Take care. Thank you, Clippy. Moss, Mateo, Lyrebird, Badul, Mateo on the piano, Star on the keys and synth, live drums by Jay, bass the bad artist, narration and whistling by Lyrebird. Right? Thanks, dudes. Super cool. Hooray! Hooray! Now, for those who maybe hadn't seen that, it's a nice little community thing, right? It's so nice to have that. Imagine if these banded up and released the bangers out of nowhere. It's true, right? It's true. Okay, we're halfway done the app. We have a couple more topics. We're going to talk about map variety. We're going to talk about the scourge of RMT. Ugh, right? The scourge of RMT. We're going to talk about the opulent visual style and a fear I had about this being a mystery dev studio. There's not too much more here. Okay, another few minutes, and then we're gonna hop back in the game, and we'll boot up a little Great Penis build. A little Great Penis hybrid is the plan. Is how I think I'm gonna play the game going forward, just because I'm not entirely comfortable kind of like leaning on too much melee power. You know what I mean? We'll put back on our video surfers to keep you entertained. Like so. I think this is doable. I have to get ready for work. Burger Jester Inc. Good luck. GG, man. Have a good one. Withered Penis Night. They do. Like, you know, it doesn't make me comfortable. So I figure what I can do is do a hybrid build where I spec more into the polearm and shield, but I challenge myself. It's a little more situational. It's a little less all in on all the new greatsword buffs. It's a little more of a hybrid. I think it'll be challenging for me. It'll be challenging. Everyone's saying later burger. That's so nice. Okay, map variety is limited. This is an OG fear. I wasn't sure if 2 maps was gonna sustain deep interest at launch. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? Was this concern justified? I think both maps are great. Don't get me wrong, right? Both maps, the Hallowgrove and Brandergard, are both great. And there is variety between them. They are well balanced, they are diverse, they are interesting. But Brandergard solo missing from launch was very surprising, I gotta say. Brandergard solo missing from launch was surprising. The devs seem to be trying to force Trio's adoption, and I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. You can't force people to play a version of the game when another version of the game is still possible, right? If people can pick solo and they prefer solo, guess what? They're gonna pick solo, right? Second map is too narrow and too maze-like. I don't like it. Too many maps thins the players out too much. That's a good point. A good point. Interesting. In my opinion, solos is just better. I agree. I suck at PvP. The way you explain your content is you're welcome. You are absolutely welcome. I think this is overall, this is another sign of developer naivety. Okay? A kind of developer naivety. You can't work in half measures with gamers, right? It's just something that you can't do. Given the option, people will always choose the thing you don't want. It's kind of the same with like visual design. In my day job, in my studio practice, I've learned over the many, many, many years I've been in business that if I go into a design presentation and I have multiple concepts that I'm sharing to my clients, and if I don't feel great about one of those clients, about one of those concepts, you better believe my client is going to pick the thing I don't like. So it's taken me a long time to learn that if I don't want my client to pick something, I have to take it off the table. It's the same with gaming. Given the option, people are always going to choose the thing you don't want. You can't work in half measures. Solo Brandigard is coming. What I'm trying to say is if you want people to play trios, you can't give them a solo option, right? If you think that trios is like the proper, is like the best version of the game and you want everyone to play trios, you can't let them play solo. Because guess what? If you give them the choice, people are just going to play the thing they want to play, okay? And so the half measure is not good. Solo Brandigard is coming in September. I do hope that another map follows soon. I think, from my POV, this is probably the weakest aspect of the game's content currently, if I'm honest. If I think about I do have a concern about the kind of like longevity of replayability on a single solo map, right? After 100 hours, not much experience on Brand. Agree the narrow, bad FPS, try to play Ranger for fun there. Feels unplayable, either the enemy behind a wall or on top of you. Trios fill seats, short term in theory, but duos and solos are the repeat customers. I could be wrong. Just spitballing. Interesting. Trios fill seats. Well, a game like Apex Legends, right? It was tremendously successful. And they only had a trios mode for like forever, right? So I think that there's repeat customers. I'd say this is true at least for Dad. I think maybe it's different. You know, honestly, maybe it's different for like a battle royale game like Apex that is not an extraction game, right? It's playing in trios and relying on random teammates feels different when you don't risk the gear you're bringing in. But playing random trios in a fantasy full loot extraction game feels different, right? And maybe people don't like it when they lose their shit because of some random bob, right? Maybe that is part of it too. You know what I mean? More of a genre difference, yeah. Yeah, I think the extraction part really changes that aspect. I was about to say that. Okay, cool. Okay. Anyway, I think this is probably the weakest part of the Mistfall Hunter content, and I'm looking forward. I mean, in the past playtests, it was solo Brandigard, right? Solo Brandigard was there, and I was surprised that that was not something available at game launch. And I do think the game does need another map. So hopefully that comes sooner than later. Okay, the last big topic of the day. The Scourge of RMT. And this was an original fear. I imagined this being an issue because I know what kind of game Mistfall Hunter is. I know that there is an auction house. I know that players are able, there's a player economy. Players buy and sell things from each other. And I also know that in a fantasy extraction game, when gear is strong, when gear is rare, RMT tends to flourish, right? RMT tends to flourish. Player power in Mistfall Hunter is basically measured in Guild and Blood, in gold. It's your total stash value plus your liquid currency. Player power in this game, right? You measure a player's power by looking at their stash value. So currently my stash value is just under $250,000, and plus your liquid gold, right? How much liquid cash you have, and I've got about 80,000 Guild and Blood. So I think I'm like, I don't know, the lower end of the mid-tier probably. There's people that have millions already, right? There's people that never die, that have millions and millions of gold on their account. But basically, the game, your player power is measured by how much gold you have. What do I mean by that? Well, the more gold you have, the better gear, the better buffs and consumables, the more power you can buy. More gold lets you buy better gear, buy better buffs and consumables, which gives you more power. So the more gold you have, the more power you have, which also means that RMT, real money trading, abounds. Okay? It abounds. And when you see how, I mean, you see the price for how much you can get. 10,000 Gildan Blood for, I don't know, 5 Canadian dollars for $3.80 US. Maybe this is Canadian dollars, I'm not sure. You can buy 100,000, so half of my stash value, for 40 bucks. You can buy 500,000, so 2x my stash value, for $188. That's a lot, right? That's a lot of money for not that much. I don't know. It was very interesting for me to see how much power you can buy for how much real world money. I did not take the sponsor. Motherfuck Easy Buff. Okay? I say it in global chat. I say it. It's fun. Global chat is an open sewer. It is a disgusting, vile place. But I am not shy to say fuck off Easy Buff. And it's funny and people laugh. We can all get behind, right? Not spam. This isn't a spam message, but just so you know, whatever. Go to this website to whatever, right? It's stupid. I shouldn't have named names because you should. I do not support any of these guys. I do not support any of these guys. Delivery team, make trade easy. Totally, right? But the game is weird. It is a wretched cesspool. It is. Okay? But it's interesting in this game because basically there is a direct line between the gold you have in your stash and the power you have in raid, right? In raid. This is concerning because the game really isn't very deep, right? Beyond the PvP that we all love and learning the mechanics, learning the PvP, the game isn't very deep. The camp upgrades are easy, basically, right? Some of the materials are locked behind trios only map resources, which is annoying, right? But for the most part, almost everything that you need to advance your character, to advance your camp, to make your class build powerful can be purchased from the auction. Okay? That's, for me, I mean, that's kind of an issue for me. Whether that's class gear or crafting materials or brewing materials or camp upgrade materials, there is a minimal tether to a kind of solo self-found and SSF gameplay loop, unlike other games, right? The auction house has accessibility for all items, and that means that real money trading naturally thrives. And the IRL Gildan Blood prices make me understand why gold farming exists. If someone in Uzbekistan, in Turkey, in other parts of the world, in rural China, can earn $200 if they can get 500 Gildan Blood and sell that to another player, well, I'm sure there's parts of the world where 200 US or 200 Canadian dollars is probably more than you'd make in a month doing, like, working at a restaurant or working in a factory, right? So the incentive is there. There is good money to be made by farming and selling gold currency in this game. So I totally understand. Why gold farming exists. And I'm not here to shame or shade anyone who does that, because everyone's got to eat. You got to get that bag. Unless you're fucking phone scamming people, right? Phone scams, those people should be drawn and quartered, right? People that scam old people out of their nest egg savings, their retirement savings, should have their arms and legs cut off, and they should be hung in the town square, right? I do not support phone scams. But for the most part, I understand why people why people farm for gold and sell gold on these marketplaces, right? I understand that. Why am I opposed, though, generally to RMT? Why does RMT, even though I understand why people do it, why am I opposed? Because it means that gear power or stash value is not really based on player skill, right? You can have a stash and a bunch of gold, and, you know, I can say that, I'm happy I earned this. I earned this value. I earned these items. I earned my class power, my stash power. I played the game as it was intended, and I earned my progress. And I think the people that engage with RMT are accessing power without skill, basically. I think it trivializes all progression systems in the game, right? It cheapens the game for non-RMT players. If it's taken me, 3 weeks of trial and error, of practice, of skill to get to this point, it has. Like, since launch, I've tried hard, and this is the best I could do. And I could probably, I've been playing for PvP, and I've been dying a lot. And if I had just focused on hatchet runs, right, and farming gold, I would have 1 million gold. I'd have way more gold than this, right? But I've been buying kits. I've been playing chaos. I've been dying in chaos. I've been fully tilted. I've rebought very expensive kits, and I've gone in and I've died immediately, right? Like, I have not been optimizing my playthrough of the launch, but this progress is earned. And I feel like when people can buy similar progress, it trivializes all the progression systems in the game. It cheapens the game for people like me and probably people like you who are not RMT players, right? Also, it means that a lot of the late night lobbies, I love playing late night. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. is kind of like my favorite time to game, right? The late night lobbies are filled with gold farmers who aren't playing the game. These are the hatchet runners, right? These businessmen. The gold farmers, they rush the POIs, they scoop the loot, and they run away. They don't want to fight. They don't want to practice PvP. They don't want to get better. It also inflates prices, which punishes people who don't want to engage. That's also true. The more gold there is in the economy, right? I guess, RMT doesn't itself inflate prices. Gold farming does, right? So I guess, in a way, right, it's an effect of RMT, is that it incentivizes gold farming, which introduces more gold in the economy, which drives inflation. So there is like a direct connection there, right? Yes, I understand. If people get really good, they can easily grab basically 1K a minute Guild and Blood, which means they are basically making $21 an hour, which is insane. That is a very, very well said, very interesting insight. Chemistry notes. We've all been there. Can't say I haven't rebought a purple kit just to die to another Shadow Strixing greens. Yes. Go comment, okay? You know my pain. God damn it. Now, it is remarkable in this game, I will say, okay? I've had some bad losses in this game. I've had some bad beats. Wait, where's the Clippy icon here? Where's the Clippy icon? One moment. Here. I've had some bad beats in this game, okay? I've gotten fully tilted. I have gone back in and died again. And it's a sign of actually how good the game is, because even after a string of catastrophic losses, right? Super frustrating stun lock in purples to green rogue losses. I get off the game. I stop playing. 4 hours later, I want to get back on the game, right? The next day, I'm excited to get back in the game. So that to me is a really strong indication of like the merits of the Foundation, because I know in the back of my head that not every raid is like that, right? There's always a chance every raid I'm gonna have this amazing fight against another knight, against a mercenary, against a seer. I'm gonna have a really good clutch up against a sorcerer. I'm gonna be able to beat one of those fucking turd licking rogues, right? It feels so good when you catch them and you absolutely destroy them, right? So overwhelmingly, had a weird little blip there for my software. 1 second. I think my... It's weird. My Steam Deck. You guys still here? You still here and see? Okay, okay. I lost my Steam Steam elements. That's an interesting crash. I've never had that before. Anyway, I can tell the game is good because you know, even after a bad beat, I'm back in it, right? I'm jumping back in. Anyway. No, we are not here, Blinn. Okay. Lightning MC, good to see you. Yes, you are good. Thank you, Jellicup. I appreciate it. Thank you. Burger nibbling on some cables. No, it was my... Let me do a quick... Oh, I can't... I'll do this here. Do this. Let me just check my hard drive space. I don't think that it's my hard drive space that's giving me a hard time. But my Steam Deck... No, we're good there. My Steam Deck just crapped out. You poor thing. You tired little guy. My tired little guy. It's okay. I hate how much I love this game and fully agree. Yes. Yes, we were on the same page. On the same page. Okay. However, okay? All this said about RMT. However, pay for more convenience. It does exist, sadly, in almost every corner of our modern society, right? In almost any service that you can exchange for money, right? There's a way to pay more to get a slightly more convenient service. So it's weird that like we are weirdly tolerant and accepting of a kind of like pay to win, pay for convenience model in our real lives. But when it comes to gaming, right, there's an aversion to it. Like I prefer gaming spaces that have not been deeply influenced by player market forces. And it is kind of increasingly rare these days, right? It's increasingly rare. Chivalry 2 was my original love. My original PvP love game was Civ 2. There was no marketplace. There's no auction. People could not pay for power. People's rank in that game, you had to earn it. And when you saw a level 800, a level 900, a level 1000 player in Civ 2, that person, unless they bought the account, but no one does that, I don't think, for Civ 2, right? That person, you can, like 99% sure, earned that rank. And I love that. Legacy Steel and Sorcery did not make it far enough in the game's development, in the game's life cycle, to actually get to a point where they had a player auction, right? Thankfully, that game was entirely solo self-found for the most part. There was ways to trade with other players in raid, right? But it was very cumbersome, right? It was kind of like in Arc Raiders, how you had to kind of queue in with somebody. Still pissed about Legacy. You had to queue in with somebody and drop the stuff and they would pick it up and then you had to extract. So you could trade, but it was not convenient, right? And so that made the majority of the game for Legacy, for Arc Raiders, feel like it was solo self-found. And I really, really like that. The Hunger playtests, we have not yet experienced a player-driven auction house. I know it's coming, and that's going to be very interesting to see how it changes the complexion of the game. A player-driven auction house in Hunger. But for the Hunger playtest, the Hunger tech test, it was basically entirely solo self-found, save for, again, like the kind of very cumbersome player-to-player trading you could do in raids. Not gonna lie, I know what you mean. Hey, I feel lucky that my rebound girlfriend after Dark and Darker, which is Mistfall Hunter, okay? Mistfall Hunter is like a semi-exotic rebound girlfriend after I broke up with my longtime girlfriend, Dark and Darker, okay? But I've got a crush on, you know, a woman that I work with, and I'm just kind of waiting for the right time to really kind of like lay it on, okay? And that's Hunger, okay? Hunger is this woman at work that I really got a crush on, and so there's a little we were talking about games, right? I had a long-term relationship, okay? It was an abusive relationship. I finally got out of that relationship, and now there's this terrific rebound girlfriend. Is it even a girlfriend? I guess so. I guess we're kind of, you know, girlfriend. But I don't think it's a forever thing, okay? Tab back. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Because I've got my sights set on a long... I'm a monogamous guy, okay? I'm in it to win it. I want a long-term relationship. What are we? I passionately ask my Steam library. Exactly. But you're right. Hunger's the one, guys. Hunger's the one. Mistfall is fun, but hunger's the one. Okay. Speaking of why. Speaking of a semi-exotic girlfriend, okay? The opulent visual style. For me, this was kind of like, this is kind of a little hang-up, right? This was kind of like a little, like, it was a fear, it was a concern, how I personally felt about this very ornate visual aesthetic, especially at the high end of gear for me, okay? It was a fear at launch. I was like, how am I going to feel about this? Some of the skins, guys, to me, just look ridiculous, okay? Some of, like, I don't know about you, but for me, this does not do it for me, okay? I don't want to be draped in a gossamer weave, right? I don't want this. Okay, this is whatever this kind of like angel vampire bodice draped in a gossamer. You know, this is not this Korean male fantasy. It's not it. For me, that's not it. Okay, this is. I don't feel tough. I don't feel good. I don't like. Look at the. Speaking of cummerbunds, right? Like, look at this. You're like a anthropomorphized like waterbed. You know, you're like a shitty Galactus or whatever. You're not tough. You're tough, right? Looks like an expensive League of Legends in Korea, right? Like there's a lot of this. Like this is like the highest. Like, yay, I get to, like, this is my sigil. I'm the best player in the game, and I get to have this thing on my wall in my garage, right? It's like, blah, you know? Am I working hard to get BIS earrings? I already got earrings, right? I like my earrings. I don't need these. Is this what I'm working for? Right? Is that what I want? Right? Do I want to be like this guy? Now, this is hilarious, okay? Don't get me wrong. People know this guy fucks, right? People know how to get down in this game, all right? People know how to do it. But is that what I want, okay? Is that what I want? Like, and even when it comes to some of these, like, weapon skins, they just kind of look like just weird lumpy turds. They don't look tough. They just look like hyper ornate, uninteresting lumps, you know, or like just ghost swords. I'm not that kind of guy, okay? I'm not that kind of guy. That's not what I'm interested in. Some of the stuff looks ridiculous to me, but that's okay, because you know, I'm not. It's okay, right? I can let it be for the most part, okay? For the most part, the common and epic gear is super attractive. I don't know about you, but I friggin' love looking like this guy, okay? This ticks my boxes, okay? Common, greens, blues, right? No game does it better. I will look like this guy all day long. So it's funny how it's the same game. You can look like this guy, okay? You can look like this MFer. You can look like this, all right? Or you can look like this. And the fact that this is in the game, I will look like this all day long, right? All day long. That's just me. So you take what you need, you leave what you don't, right? I don't really have a problem. Overall, I think, Mistfall Hunter has a standout art direction that a lot of people really enjoy, right? For the most part. And if I'm honest, is Italian Matthew still here? I wonder, right? Some people don't mind looking like this. If I'm gonna play a game where my friend looks like this, okay? If I'm gonna play a game where my friend gets to wear knee-high pigskin leather boots, right? With a peasant hood over like a horrible gambeson, right? If my friends can look like this, okay? And I love this game. And that was some awesome gear. There's Lily, by the way. Hi, Lily. Look, you tanned your boots. Thank goodness, right? I'm so short. I mean, look at these guys. Okay, and if I don't have a problem with my friends looking like this in this game, then who am I to judge? Look, this is like these guys. they found their clothes in like a bench in the hallway, right? And Deary was huge. I don't know. We still don't know why. We still don't know why. Okay. But still, how good does this game look, right? This is like a crappy low-res screenshot. How good does Expedition into Darkness look? Guys, it looks good. I think it looks good. Okay. Okay. Looks like a group of awkward theater kids with fake beards. Totally. I had some nice ass boots. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, chemistry. Look out, dudes. Look out. Golden Sparkle. Put him on the list. Chemistry. Put him on the list. Chemistry ×1. That game was so fun with you guys. I agree. We're lucky that there's enough people in our community that like the game, that don't mind the game. You know what I mean? Oh, that's awesome. You're in. Golden Sparkle. You're on the list. You're on the list. What is dead may never die. You'll never be off the list. You're in. Feels good, right? Feels good. Okay, we're almost there. Last point. Yes. The Mystery Dev Studio. Okay. Bell Ring Games. Let me do it like this. Bell Ring Games has no other releases or track record. This was a concern. This was a fear that I had, that we didn't know who these guys were, basically. They were a random dev shop. They didn't have a track record. They came out of nowhere. Can we trust them? How are they going to communicate? Are they going to make the game and then just kind of like let it be? What's going to happen, right? This was a fear. Let's check back in on this fear. And I'm very happy to say, right? Despite the fact that we have never heard of these guys, their dev updates have been written very thoughtfully and very competently from my perspective. It has been very impressive, I think. They seem a little bit overwhelmed by the speed that gamers have found and abused game imbalances. They mentioned that up in the message we read a few points ago, how they were shocked at the technical capability, right? And the skill ceiling of certain players when it came to certain classes. I think they are overwhelmed by the speed that gamers have found and abused imbalances, and they have also been distracted by server performance issues, as we talked about. But they have been very responsive to creators in the Discord, and they have been timely-ish with balanced patches, I will say. Happy to say. Their success kind of cooked their... That's what it is, I think. They did not have a lot of... They could not anticipate some of the challenges of scale, right? I think very well said. I agree. They are a victim of their own popularity and success. I think more work needs to be done to address balance concerns, but we know they are working on it, right? We know they are actively working on it, and they want the game to succeed. This is not a hype game designed to cash out and then leave the game in the gutter. This is not an abandoned operation, I believe. I think these guys are in it genuinely. They would not have made the changes they have made already if they did not want the game to succeed long term. Okay? I'm going to put my credibility. I'm going to back these guys and say they are not a pump and dump. This is not a fly-by-night operation. This team, from what I can tell, is invested in the long-term success of the game. And as a result, I will also say, I would recommend, if you have not purchased the game, you should. You should consider purchasing this game, because I think that there's going to be some longevity here. There's going to be longevity. There's going to be... this game is going to be around for a while. Let me just make sure this is the right link. Before I just paste a random link, I want to make sure this is, in fact, the Steam page for Mistfall. I've been so impressed with how... This is Hunger. With how the devs have managed themselves. Let me search for Mistfall. That I'm happy to give the game my endorsement. You don't need it from me. You know it already. But consider purchasing. Why are the games with mixed ratings always the most enjoyable somehow? That's a good question. Probably because it means that there is a nuance to some of the combat. It's usually the games that aspire to be something distinct that throws a lot of casual gamers for a loop. You know, a lot of people feel like the game is in some ways unfair, or they don't get how it works, and they get frustrated and they leave a bad review. But I think that just means that the devs are trying something new. It's a game for anyone, but not a game for everyone. Another very great way to say that. Lots of gamers go, wow, I didn't win, and I don't want to waste my time learning stupid 1-star. Precisely. You guys absolutely get it, right? You totally get it. Let me flip back here. So, more work needs to be done to address balance concerns, but they're actively working on it, and they want the game to succeed. Case in point, right? Here is an older message from Hugo, but this just underscores, I think, the dev philosophy here. Hello, over the past few days, especially after the recent update, negative feedback around lag, ping, game crashes, and class balance have been extremely concentrated. Yikes. I've been reading main chat, the class channels, handling tickets related to crashes and increased ping, and following discussions on X, YouTube, and other platforms outside of Discord. Busy guy, this Hugo, okay? A busy guy. There's a lot of vitriol. When the game is not in a good spot, if you are getting all that data from all these different nodes, holy moly, right? There's a lot of negative energy that this guy is having to digest. The majority of voices have been negative, and a large portion of them point directly at how the game currently feels to play, particularly the performance of servers issue. Okay? I don't want to downplay any of this. Input delay during fights, teleporting, or outright crashes all break the experience. In extraction games, these problems feel even more punishing, true. The same applies to balance changes. Some classes clearly feel worse after the adjustments, while others still feel too strong. These concerns are real and concentrated, and I've been continuously escalating and pushing them internally. Holy moly, right? Holy moly. I also want to be transparent about the current situation. The team is actively working on performance, stability, and balance, but we are currently short-handed. Multiple high-priority issues are being handled at the same time, so overall progress is slower than any of us would like. The dev team has been treating performance and crash issues as the highest priority, as they should be, while also making sure that class-related feedback is being taken seriously. Dudes, so this is just like, you know, this is not a dev team that doesn't care. This is not a dev team that is letting the game kind of twist and fester in kind of limbo, right? They are admitting missteps. They are being transparent about their workload. For me, this kind of communication ticks a lot of boxes. It's another reason why I can, with confidence, endorse the game, support the game. Because now after launch, trial by fire, how do these guys respond to very challenging situations? I think they do it with a lot of professionalism and thoughtful communication. It's very impressive, right? Need your advice. What would my mindset be in trios? I have no experience in trios, so I don't have a lot of advice for trios. I apologize. That's an actually competent community manager. Yes, totally, right? Totally. And I think, you know, no shade on Grayson, but Grayson was not a community manager by training, right? Grayson was a Tarkov main who found Iron Mace and just kind of was like he just hounded them. Grayson was not qualified to manage a community of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of gamers, right? This is an actually competent community manager, right? Now shade away. So, I mean, let's continue. Let's read a little bit more. Let's fully appreciate the competence here, okay? Let me do this, just to make it a bit easier to read. As more guild hunters join our ranks, our team has also run into some major challenges. We are steadily fixing the various bugs that cropped up during the initial launch phase through multiple rounds of verification and hotfixes. When it comes to class balance adjustments, we still need to observe a vast amount of match data before deciding how to further tweak and optimize specific classes. For the server latency and hitching issues that many of you have reported, we previously completed a full server-wide optimization targeting cloud server CPU hyperthreading issues, which has successfully reduced the frequency of these stutters. At the same time, we have set up a dedicated server frame rate monitoring system, which helped us discover that actions like refreshing chimes and treasure chests can sometimes trigger excessive computational loads, leading to performance hiccups. So they're finding and isolating some of the reasons why we are experiencing performance issues. These specific issues will be systematically resolved in upcoming updates to drastically improve your overall combat experience. Lovely. If you encounter tedious steps, unbalanced difficulty spikes, or any other frustrating designs while playing through the season tasks, please don't hesitate to drop a message and let us know in the community hubs. As this is our very first official season, our initial predictions regarding actual player behavior were bound to have some misjudgments. Yes, right? You can plan, you can test, you can play test, but you don't know what's going to happen after launch, really, right? Nothing will prepare you truly for deployment at scale. And these guys, they've got the confidence, they've got the balls to say, hey, you know, our initial projections regarding player behavior, player skill, right? Player shithead abuse, right? The different things that the true girth, right, of the gamer energy pipeline was going to do to the game, you know, they misjudged it, right? And it's admirable that they admit to that, right? We'll continue compiling suggestions from all guild hunters. Following a unified team review, we'll be rolling out targeted balance optimizations in the near future for tasks that feel overly difficult or frustrating to play. Moving forward, we'll remain completely flexible in iterating season-related content based on your overwhelming feedback. The last thing I'll say, here is the big test. They say we'll remain completely flexible. Ooh, that's a big statement. Completely flexible? What do you think? What do you think? Here's the ultimate test. Are you completely flexible? Get rid of trios. Get rid of trios, right? Prove it. Prove that you are totally flexible. Make it a duos game. Duos would be ideal for the current map design, right? Duos would be way better for the way that the maps are designed, for the way the maps are laid out. Duos would still enable incredible class pairing, right? Class comps, duos comps, incredible versatility. Show us. Bell ring. Are you flexible? Remove trios, add duos. Let's see it, right? Okay. Oh, did you take the survey? I'm not sure what you mean. Flexibility, these guys can really touch their tippy toes while SDF couldn't even touch his knees. Some people have a hard time touching their knees. It's true. Some people have a hard time touching their knees. Guys, look at the Jav. Look at the Jav Black Arrow. Ooh-wee, right? Okay, that's the yap, dudes. Look at that's a big yap. If that was your first channel yap, welcome in. We do that from time to time. We do this from time to time. We have a big old channel yap. Thank you very much. That was a 3-hour chat session. The yappening, it's true, it happens. Max yap. Okay, I'm gonna eat a sandwich. Let's just hang out in the tavern here. Can I have a sandwich on stream? Can we just chill out a little bit? Can we chill? Breathe and drink. Okay, BRB. Sandwich time. BRB. BRB. The yap is yapping. It's true. Min-max yapping. Thank you all very much for your time, guys. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna use the bathroom too. 1 second. Do anything, burn it down. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Or else. I'll show you what happens. Where's my zoom? Don't you dare. Don't burn it down. Not cool. Not cool. Okay. I hope they bring Hunger to console. I know what you mean. Guys, I made myself a ham sandwich because I knew that I would yap and then get hungry. I got a little ham sandwich in a hamburger bun. I'm going to eat this on stream, okay? I'm eating this on stream. I've also got a bag of cookies and a little bit of coffee left over. Ham salad sandwich. Don't eat ham's cousin. I'm doing it. If I go over here, I need to do this. Let's adjust my camera a little bit so I can lean over. Oh, you know what? You know what I can do? Wait a second. Duh. Oops. You know what I can do? Actually. Here we go. There we go. This'll do it. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. It seems there was an update to my mic settings, so my Blinn tuber inside mouth cam are unsubscribed. Ew. I'm gonna eat the cookies and drink the coffee at the same time. That is the plan. That is the plan. But for now, as I take bites of my sandwich, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna bite my sandwich over here, just so you can't see me bite the sandwich, okay? Because that's a little too much. It's a little too much. That was a long yap. That was a good yap, right? I think there's a lot to talk about. There's probably some things we didn't talk about. Is there anything that I did not talk about that you were hoping I would? Maybe some of the monetization. I feel like the game is not pay to win, you know? Cross region maybe. I don't know that much about the stats. I don't know what's possible. I agree. There's a lot of green in my sandwich, so the green screen doesn't look good. Anything I did not talk about? Any other topics important to the game I didn't mention? Which class and why? You know what's ooped, right? Totally ooped if there's a Fortnite crossover. Is this like the craft timing? Like a free-to-play game usually like time gates things? Is that what you mean by like the free-to-play free-to-play elements? Yeah, the monetization while being a buy-to-play game. I think this is totally valid. Totally. Obviously. Hi. What's your favorite kind of sandwich? It's just such a good sandwich. Which, if you could, if you had a day at home and you could make your favorite sandwich, what would you make? Great choice. Great choice. Romaine. That's crunchy romaine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What is that? Is that like an olive oil vinaigrette? What makes a Mediterranean chicken sandwich? Pork chop sandwiches! Get the fuck out! Oh. French dip. Yes. Classic DK. Yes. Classic Swede, right? Classic Swede. A Reuben. Ah, very nice. What is Mediterranean chicken? What is that? Vinaigrette? Tell me more. I like the pizza sandwich. My favorite sandwich is the pizza. Ah, like my dad. My dad. Vinaigrette hummus. Oh. Oh. With a lot of butter. Hey. I love bologna, white bread, butter. I love it. No. 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 Okay. Hey. I'm gonna have a cookie, okay? I'm gonna have a cookie with the rest of my coffee. And then hybrid great penis, okay? Peanut butter Nutella. Ooh. Honestly, funny story. So I used to ride the bus to school, right? I used to ride the bus to school. And I lived in a small town. And I didn't have a lot of exposure to a lot of different things because I lived in a small town. And one morning, there were these two German brothers, Austrian. There was an Austrian family that moved into a farm just outside of town, and these two brothers were on my bus, and they were nice guys. They would talk about, we would talk about their farm, and one morning, one of the guys had a sandwich, and instead of peanut butter, it was like chocolate peanut butter. And I was like, what the hell? Do you want a bite of my Nutella sandwich? And I was like, sure, what is that? And he's like, try it. And I had a bite of this Nutella sandwich, and it blew my freaking mind. I can still so easily and clearly remember it. And thinking like, what is this continental miracle? What is this weird European delicacy that you have shared with me on the bus? I don't know why one brother was a big fat guy, okay? One brother was like, he was big, and he was eating a Nutella sandwich on the way to school. It is. Okay, I got my little cookie. Ooh. Interesting. Why? How could you? 2 hands. Oh! Cookie and coffee. Guys, I'm drinking coffee at 10:15 p.m. It's too greasy and tastes almost... I hear that. I hear that. It's for the Western palate. Uh-huh. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that, BB. Oh! Guys, I woke up today an hour before stream. I woke up at 6 p.m. So now we're approaching lunchtime. Delicious dark roast black coffee with a sweet chocolate chip cookie. Oh! I don't like a lot of sweet in my salty foods. I know what you mean. Okay. Let's save a copy of this. Let's do a couple of great penis runs. I might make a sandwich too. I only ate 1 egg for breakfast, and that was a million years ago. 1 egg. Blinn, both Dark and Darker and Mistfall are chasing the same audience. Are they? Are they chasing the same audience? There's a lot of overlap, but I don't think it's the same audience. Oh. Egg. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You guys, stop it, you. That's And then will you sleep when you arrive? You'll fly and then do you have some time to rest before the actual wedding, or do you just go right into wedding mode? Maddie, you gotta be smart about this. You gotta be smart, buddy. San Diego. Oh, sleep for like 5 hours, then wedding. Yeah, you're. Oh, to be young again, right? Oh, to be young again. Speaking of which, speaking of staying up later than we should, guys, we hit 10,000 subs on the channel, guys, and we thought we'd do a little, I don't know, something to celebrate. 10,000 follows on the channel is pretty cool. We might do an 18-hour stream. An 18-hour stream to celebrate sometime. Let's do this. Let's do this. Sometime in September, I think. Thank you all very much, guys, for the incredible support getting to 10K. Aw, thank you very much. Yay, thank you. Guys, we got a yes, we got a yay. Congrats, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't think that's gonna happen tomorrow. And honestly, I would be disinterested if all of a sudden there was 10 million people. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Sustainable growth. I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful that growth has been sustainable, right? Thanks, Sackboy. Okay. A little bit of housekeeping. Probably do 2 or 3 raids and then call it a stream. Money in the bank. Let's check this guy. He looks like me. Wait a second. Am I you? Are you me? Uh-oh. Guys. What if he's my ghost? What is he? He's my spirit. He definitely has the great reach. Aw. Good edits. Thanks, man. Aw. He is what you will become. Twinning. Yeah, he's my twin, right? You'd be gone for months, or am I misremembering? No, Mateo, 10 days. I have to show my face and then get visit fam. 10 days. Let's all speculate. What kind of business is Mateo gonna start in Croatia? My first thought was some sort of import business. Ooh. Ooh. Rose and Oath bracers. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's so annoying, the sounds. Ooh, perfect forge. Bonus. Boner. Bonus boner. Guys. No, come on now. Come on now. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the edibles are working, guys. And then I see my own soul forging at a forge, right? Hairline assistance consultant in Croatia. a transplant consultant? That's Turkey. That's Turkey. Everyone flies to Turkey to get the hair transplants, right? Turkey's got a lock on the industry, I think. Turkey's got a lock on it. Goat cheese. Now that's a good one. That's a good one. Just visiting. Excellent. Excellent. That's why they open in Croatia, right? Of course. I'm gonna do the thing that I should probably enjoy. I'm going to do that thing that I should probably enjoy, but it's just kind of meh. The problem going forward for this game is not just a skill gap, it's gear gap for casuals. I disagree. I work like many others and can play maybe an hour or two. The problem is horrible matchmaking. I think in normals, people got a chance. In normals, people got a chance. I understand there's always going to be an issue for people that don't have as much time to play and learn. A professional cuddling service business. Imagine. A professional cuddling service. Apparently there are some hotels that will do like a bed warming service where an actual person will lay in your bed and warm the sheets so the bed doesn't get weird, it isn't cold. I just have to detangle my headphones here. I would not, and that doesn't seem like a thing I'm interested in. Cold bed is bliss. Yeah, cold bed is good for you. You want the bed to be cold. The whole idea is you want to lower your body temp if you want to go to sleep. Totally. I couldn't quite get there. To pay extra for them to fart in bed too. Ew. Ew. Honestly, I've had great times in both chaos and normals. Kill people over purples. I like cold bed. Me too. DK knows, guys. You have to pay extra for them to be declothed, right? For the actual skin to sheet service. The fact that gear isn't a big factor in the majority of the fights is one of the main reasons I like the game. Well said. Totally. Cool pillow OP. Okay, let's do this. Let's quickly talk about if I was gonna do a great penis build. A hybrid. A mix between great sword and polearm and shield. What would I do? I think for fun, what I do is the polearm and shield, I think you need to spec all the way up. You need to get that super armor turtle shuffle. Okay, this is almost non-negotiable. So we go all the way up to the shield wall slam. Okay. And then I also think I really like the shield bashy one, where you punch the back of the shield. Is this one off balance? Yeah, the shield, breaker shield bash. Maybe focus? Increase the range? And then what else? 3 points remaining. You know what? Endless flow. And then because it's a mix, there's a couple things I want. I want parry for greatsword. And I also want crescent, maybe. Maybe we take away... We take away one there to juice up our crescent. So we hot swap for parry and crescent. We let go of the hook, which is a little bit awkward, because hook is so powerful. But I want to try this. This is going to be suboptimal. There's a ton of ways to play great penis. They say lots of different shapes can be perfect. Notice Sackboy's intentional use of the word shape, right? Here's my penis. And then here's my shield breaker bash. And my jav. Yeah, sure, jav. Jav will be like the hook. Okay? So here we go. Here are the skills. We've got our Withering Mark, which has been juiced up. We've got our parry, which is double juiced up. We've got our polearm and shield. We got our jav. We have our shield breaker bash. Breaker shield bash is not a natural way to say it. I'm sorry, it's not natural. And it's semi-juiced. Okay? We have endless flow. I think endless flow is better than... You know what? Maybe I'm gonna take off endless flow and we're gonna juice up the breaker shield bash. Endless flow is probably OP. Is probably the way to go here. But we're just messing around. No. Let me have fun. Let me say this. Okay, going forward, this is my challenge. I'm not looking for more recommendations for this. I'm just gonna be messing around. I'm not looking for speculation or build suggestions. Okay, I'm just gonna be noodling. So if you have an idea for how to play, just write it down, and maybe the next stream you can tell me about it. For now, I'm just gonna be farting around. And it's gonna be suboptimal, and I'm okay with that. I'm gonna get a few more meds, and we're gonna go a little Z to H. No shoes build so we can stare at those toe beans. I accept. No shoes, no gloves, no service. I recommend you press buttons when you play the game. I didn't realize you had to do that for so long. Thank you. And let's see. A little bit of burst. And little bit of vitality. A little bit of great penis hybrid. Okay. It's gonna be tough to start and stop recording on the fly, because the Steam Deck kind of crapped out. But we'll do our best. 2 or 3 raids. Let's try. I think I'm gonna be opening combat with the polearm and shield, to not rely. The greatsword is kind of like mid-fight, hot swap, surprise parry, crescent follow-up. That's the plan. That's the plan. No shoes. Original Dark and Darker. Imagine going into the dungeon with no shoes on. Just your bare feet slapping on the cold stone floor. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Okay. We're in. Hot swapping. Hot swapping. Shield blocking. 2. 1, 2. Okay. And we have our breaker shield bash. I can't get the bare feet dad sounds out of my head. Smack, 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 smack. Right? Can we settle at 4 raids? We'll see. See how it goes. Wakey, wakey. Mobs and bakey. It takes about 60%. Big bash. Right, and then there's auto execute. After I use a shield ability, there's auto execute. Oh. Uh-huh. There's lots to learn. Glee is somewhat common, I think so. There's a mercenary fighting up on the platform. Let's go check it out. Dead mobs are here. Try the auto execute recently. It seems insane. The tempo disturbance to hit people and stagger. Right. Like the right click. Auto execute. Is this a Shadow Strix? Invisible. Invisibility. Hit him. Nice. The Breaker Bash. Nice. Jab in. Nice. Now, check this out. A little cheeky hot swap. Oh. Oh, cheeky crescent. Hot swap again. Turtle. Oh, nice. I got... Oh, I guess I ran out of energy. Interesting. Interesting. I like this because it's definitely not the strongest way to play the class, but there's a lot to adjust to. You still take damage. I could have healed. I could have used the super armor better. What killed me in the end? My block let go. It was energy management, right? I just ran out of energy. I think this is what it was. I have to try extra hard to keep an eye on energy. I thought about going greatsword because I love to parry. When they're invis, I love to parry when they come out of invis. But I want to push myself to start the engagement with the polearm and shield. Jubilation instead of glee. That sounds funny. There's going to be some new muscle memory development for swapping. Several small things to make that a win. Like the parry hits, the swap was timed a little differently. And then at the end, I think I was not managing, knowing when to like let go of the energy dependent things and instead rely on dodging, right? And then vice versa. It's almost like you have to kind of partition the two resources, if that makes sense. I really have to try not to press 2 to switch weapons, because in Dark and Darker, I press 2, and that's a hard one to overcome. You know what I mean? Low on energy, you had to stick to light attacks with greatsword probably. And I didn't want to, I don't feel great about light attacks on the polearm. And I want to kind of stay away from greatsword a little bit. Dad downtime. Do our best. Key muscle memory is hard to break. I know. For you, is there any class unbalanced? How does the jump polearm feel? Good question. Not great. I mean, the right click is very powerful, but costs energy. And it's hard to hit. This is Sork versus someone. I think. Maybe it's Sork versus PvE. I see what's happening here. Hands off. Oh, my knight, mister. Hands off my knight. No energy. Oh, interesting. Nice. In trouble. Oh, the flame. Caught. Caught. Nice. Nice flame. Caught him. Oh, it just missed. At a dodge. Oh, just missed. I wanted to kill the Sork so me and the Penis could fight. Not enough breaks to heal. I think that I had to stick with Greatsword there for the mobility. They played very well. That was a very good Sork. That was a very good Sork. I tried to bail out the polearm and shield. I tried. I think that... Was that a green Sork? Or was that a base kit Sork? I can't tell. It is interesting to like not have the full arsenal of all the greatsword stuff, right? But some situations like that, I feel like it was green. I feel like with the hook and the crescent and the parry for greatsword spec, right? That's a bit of an easier thing to do. I was not confident in the polearm for that one. That's a dodge and keep up fight. Close match though, it was. A couple of dodge directions. I think I need to dodge toward my opponent a bit more. I was just out of melee reach for a couple. And also, I don't have the bad karma. So I don't get that damage over time bonus, right? This is an intentional nerf. Playing a hybrid build, right? This is not full greatsword. It is an intentional nerf. It is harder to play this way. Let's try again. There is a perk tree for auto-delayed executing GS Wither. I'm trying to stay away from it. I've specced all the way into polearm and shield. So I think it's going to be fun to learn how to play this way. Did I get hit by something there? I guess his attack hit me. Okay. Let me just also arrange that like I like. Auto wither, and then the execute is like that. Okay. Hurt someone close by. I still can't believe he showed us his penis. Climbing steppies? Down below. Down below, I think. Thank you, Marty. Do you see what I see? Oh, a merc. A mercantile. You can heal up merc. Sometimes you gotta punch him in the face. Hard. Nice. Nice. Oh. Multi-casual. Nice swap, right? What the F? Nice. All swap. Nice. I'm stuck on the map. Great. Aw, don't run. Oh, wrong button. That is, normally E is my crescent. That's a muscle memory issue. Dang it. That's so tough to switch the keybinds. Why are you running? Baby? Baby, no, baby. Baby, no, baby. 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 Oh, good range. Doors. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Why? They're really running, guys. You don't have anything that good, do you? They are running. Baby. There goes my baby. Why they? My penis scared them. I guess so, right? Why? What? I'm just a... Guys! Oh, do not fret, mercenary. Guys! I'm a naked man. I don't have any shoes on. Oh, the harpy's shooting somebody. Oh, it's the Merc. We found her. We're in. Nice. Nice. Oh, no energy. Just out of range. Nice. Charge it up. Just missed. Still could lose this. Oh, very close. Oh, that was such a close fight. GG, Merc. GG. Okay. Okie dokie. That was close. They didn't, you know. Poor little thing. Poor little thing. You know what I mean? No shoes, though, okay? No shoes. Oh. Oh, my muscle memory. It's gonna be tough to rewrite. Because there's no time for thinking. You know what I mean? You just kind of fall back on what you know. But I don't want to just play the same thing forever. I don't. I really don't. I think the penis build is going to be a lot of fun. But I have to rewrite. I have to rewrite. Where to? Hang it around here, maybe? Journey of Improving is the best part of games. I know. It's weird, though, because it's kind of a crossroads. Like, I could go deeper on Greatsword, Wither Knight, and beat anybody, right? I feel at this point, with that loadout and that set of abilities, like, I still don't play perfectly against some of the harder class matchups. And so there is still room there to, like, progress. Yeah, but getting better at working your penis can be fun. Right. We are listen. We are listen. I never tried penis, should I try? I hear numb. I hear numb. Marked. That's gonna do a little more damage. Do what you will. Totally, you don't need me to tell you what to do. Dead mob? We are listen. Sometimes you can hear the distant critical hit sounds. If you want penis, you should try penis, obviously. Obviously. This way, maybe? Love is love, guys. I bring you love. The kind of love between a man and a woman? Or the kind of love between a man and a good Cuban cigar? I bring you love? Hello? How else was to find out whether it's exactly true? exactly true. Steppy's here, maybe? Where am I here, Steppy? Am have mighty penis build. Am want in need of practice. Can hear the weird YouTube is determined that it's something untoward. Yeah. Classic. Classic. Die. Oh. Oh, far away. Okay, maybe we'll go into some chaos. Wait, I hear Steppy. Over yonder. Aha! Aha! Okay. Didn't need to switch to the greatsword for that one, right? Yee. Yee. Okay. Yee. Ugh. Penis. Right? You build a very similar how to play, only difference is grad instead of withering mark. Switching constantly, make use of both weapon cooldowns. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ooked him. Okay. Game is ookable. He's scared of my rusty PNS. Oh. 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 An honorable fighter, perhaps? Oh, he wants out. Krusty wants out. Krusty wants out. Oh, a little super armor there. Oh, snuck up. Oh, just missed him there. Nice follow up. Nice jab. Just missed him. Nice. Nice. Caught him. Destroyed. Mob is in the mix too, right? That's not easy. Little hot swaps, right? A little come up for us. A little come up. Sorry, brother. Penis. The playstyle is so soothing and relaxing. That's nice. The greatsword gets him in the end. What is your playlist? Oh, what is your playlist? I thought it was like playstyle. That's like weird. The penis prepped him, and the greatsword finished him off. Just a few more strokes. One or two more strokes of the greatsword, right? After being fluffed by the PNS. PNS fluffer. Greatsword stroke finisher. Not a lot of people know how to properly stroke with a greatsword. It's not easy. Eh. Zero to hero so fun, it's true. Stab him with the PNS and stroke him with the greatsword. Yes, that is. That's how it works. It is how it works. Classic battle. Krusty wants out. Huh. 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 Your playstyle is soothing and relaxing as well. I decided to main Wither Knight because of you and absolutely love it. I've smashed every single SS and Merc I've run into. That's great. I often die to Shadow Strix and Mercenaries, so I'm happy for you. Listening? Just soundtrack. Just soundtrack. Hi-ya! Oops. That's a mistake. That's a mistake I made. Come here, you little weirdo. Bell alert, friends. Check your volume. Bell alert, incoming bell. Here comes the bell. Here it comes. You have been warned. If I could turn it down in the game, I would. Be the first thing I would do. Okay. Try some chaos. Equipment durability greatly decreased. I see. Do we have to repair things very often? I'm curious. Do we have to repair things very often? No. A lot of these things are quite broken, though. Okay. Okay. And then perhaps I can bring a green PNS. Okay, random affix time. Spend money on a Warblood. What do we got? Nothing good. We have nothing good. We'll do 2 burst, 2 vitality, and 2 elusive. I never repair anything, I simply die. I don't think your PNS is meant to be green. Yeah, or blue for that matter. Or heaven forbid purple, right? If your PNS turns purple, yeah, and it's a major bag alert. Major bag alert. Now golden penis. Gold would be pretty acceptable, I think. You say that until you actually have one, right? Until you actually have one, and then you realize it's a horrible curse. It's a horrible curse. Let's get completely destroyed in chaos mode. What do you say? You're feeding me for generations with these jokes? Like Luke Nay, I am also a cheap date, guys. All it takes is Moss doing a couple of fart emotes, right? And I am chuckling like a kid at a sleepover. I am a cheap date. A cheap date. Okay, let's get destroyed. Shall we? Bang. Oops, that missed him weirdly. I feel like a lot of people come for this quest. Just gonna pause the tunes so I can maximum here in the game. Cuckoo's in the nest. Because you get like a camp upgrade. You get like a special material here. It's morning over here, and I feel the Red Bull not working anymore. It's bedtime for me. You're welcome to, and thanks for hanging out with us, man. Thanks for all your time, buddy. Have a good morning rest. Good night, 2 hams. Did he block that? block that? Eh. Come on, special thing. Actually, it'd be kind of a curse because I have a really bad bag. I have a really bad prison pocket. So if I got the holy crafting item. Okay, good. No stress. Okay, to set expectations, we will do this chaos run. We will do one more chaos run. And that will be the stream. Huh. I can see this game having a PvE mode with unique moves and enemies. Yeah, totally. Tortellini. Alright, that, and then this. That executes. Right. Different pathways here we're learning. Different pathways. A quick shield ability, and then a quick... right-click to execute. It's a rouge. He's coming for me, guys. Oh, I got hit by the mob. I got caught in the combo. Ooh. That was too early. It's okay. We need to get the mobs off our back a little bit here. Oh, nice one. Played the corner well. Oh. I thought I switched. Keeping track of the weapon swaps is not easy to do. I don't know how I got caught up in that, whatever that was. Oh, just missed him. Got my parry. Nice. Good dodging. Kept up. Couldn't quite interrupt. Punished. Oh, couldn't dodge and attack. Caught him, we caught him, we caught him. Eat shit, Shadow Strix. Didn't really use my penis. But we got this little turd. Hooray, 4 raids. Good angle. We tried. I couldn't quite get my dodges going. I'm glad we got out of that first situation with this mob. That was not fun. I hate beating my opponent, but then getting interrupted by the mob. That never feels good. You play pretty well. Super armor abuse, though. It's true. Not for long, right? I don't think. Not for long. Why not use Pure Greatsword or Hybrid better? Because I've been playing Pure Greatsword for, like, the entire time. Okay, I'm challenging myself. I'm intentionally making it harder to make my reward for PvP victory more pure. Yeah, Pure GS is better. And I have a ton of experience. I think you didn't loot that guy. Then where did I get all this rogue gear? Where did all this come from? Did it just appear in my inventory? Did it spawn? Did I bring it in with me? Or did I loot it off the rogue? Yeah. You missed a Bitcoin. There's a Bitcoin on the table. You missed it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Man. The gear difference in this game is nothing compared to Dead. Honestly, the gear difference might be comparable, but in this game, your ability to avoid damage. The gear might be comparable to Dark and Darker, but Dark and Darker does not allow you to avoid damage in a lot of the cases. Exactly, Solus. Exactly. Oh. A dead penis. A dead penis. Dead. Penis dead. Anything good? Bulwark? Elusive? Sure. We'll upgrade there. Oh, curse. Smiting? Sure. Bulwark. Ooh, elusive? You know what? We'll step it up. Smiting? Sure. Nice. Ooh, shrimp and sausage? Jambalaya? Exactly, Sackboy. Exactly. Exactly. There's a passivity to the spacing game in Dark and Darker that's wholly unsatisfying for me. Wholly unsatisfying. This game is so much more active in so many ways. Signs of life here, for sure. Huh. Keep my eye on the Soul Fairy. I've learned that if you go to the Soul Fairy areas, you're likely to find the killers. The people that have fought and won will go to the Soul Fairy locations. I have learned. I have learned. It's true, Maddie. That's a combo. A shield bash and then a little shield charge is combo. Jab and then shield charge? Yeah. This class has always been strong. Surely. The new blocking changes. The Dead had no action speed at all. You'd be able to outscore for sure. Uh-huh. Did it? Yes. Yes. Luke, I understand. I share your opinion. I share it. I'm gonna reset. They have no horns. So. And if we want to compete, horn alert, bell alert, bell alert. Sorry, no warning. I wanted to get out of here though. Reset the horns. Eh. Yeah, I'll just go to sleep. The stream is over. One more raid. We gotta lose the kit. We gotta lose this solo self-bound kit. In 1 minute here, I just want to check my hard drive space. I've got a bunch of clips. I'm working on a video. I don't want to run out of space though. Give me 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute here. Trying to decide what to get rid of. Maybe this is a dangerous one to delete. I gotta be careful. Every time I try to... Here we go. There. We'll get rid of these. Gives us a little more wiggle room. For recording. Just a touch. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Just saw the rest of it. Thank you. Okay, last one. New ping system for hit scan spells. Implement that, reduce move action speed. Damn, it become good melee. Maybe we drop some of the burst here and layer more into smiting. Smiting is good. Recovers energy on crit, reduces cooldowns. Can be good. Still think that has some of the best melee and extraction games? I think so. I think so. Yes and no. I think at least Hunger. With Hunger, I have a combat dodge, and I have more variety. Dad, like I think it's the devil we know. It's such a basic bitch, though, right? You only have one attack pattern. You can only do one thing. Like like what true depth of interest is there when you've got no dodge, you've got no charged heavy, you have no alternate attacks, you just have M1. You just have M1. Perhaps another M1. You know what I mean? Hunger, like it's you can't even. It's not fair to compare them because Hunger has not been in like release for 3.5 years, 4 years. You know, like only now are they getting a sense of where the edges are because people are actually playing the game, and already there's more dynamism in Hunger for melee. I'm optimistic it'll take less than a couple of years. I think people are able to generate complexity using very simple systems, but the question of whether or not like a simpler system or a slightly more nuanced system is more satisfying is kind of where I draw the line. And I personally always hoped that Dark and Darker would kind of evolve more nuance that wasn't kind of like player hacked nuance. You know? I'm not denying that nuance exists in Dad Melee. It does. And people have learned to kind of like to manipulate their hitbox and to like feign each other. But it is not developed as I hoped or thought it would, basically. Or I'm just like, I'm such like a combat dodge Andy. Like my mind is so attracted to that extra layer of mobility power. I think it's gonna take Underkeep a long time to like to come around. You know what I mean? Like if you think about Hunger as an example, a team trying to make a melee game, right? And who knows how many people are on the Good Fun Corp team, but it's more than one, right? And how long have they been working on their thing to get it to where it is? You know, a little while behind closed doors. Realistically, even one very smart, astute person who knows what the issues are, what can Ryan accomplish as a single person? You know? I'm optimistic. Like, he has my full support. I love that guy. Yeah. No, I agree. I know what you mean, Luke. I'm just saying that people, despite Dark and Darker's very simple melee system, people have found ways to introduce complexity and nuance. It's because our minds seek those things. Hold that thought. Is that a reverence here? Just out of reach. Power's on the mobs. Power's on me. Nice. Good execute. Try to dodge that. Just missed. Hit him with that. I was lucky. Tough. Tough. Nice hit. Nice hit, nice hit, nice hit. That's a tough one. I'm not that fluent yet with swapping between my abilities. I think there was a path to victory there. I just needed to be a bit faster with some of the abilities. Can your execute wither with both weapons? Yes, but I think that the wither is like weapon dependent. Weapon dependent. So your PNS wither needs to be executed by the PNS. And when you swap, the mark, I think, expires, and you have to remake it. The part of Dad that was strong foundation was the carefully modeled hitboxes. Agree. The directional blocking, agree. And the attack patterns, agree. The core mechanics set up for success. Yes. And it really was a fantastic kind of melee slasher in that regard. And I think in the playtests with a lower player pop, maybe not even a lower player pop, for some reason, maybe people weren't, they were still wowed by the game. So in the beginning, there was not as much sensitivity to some of the desync issues, or maybe the servers are better. I can't tell. But certainly, yes, absolutely. The tight hitboxes, the directional attacking and attack manipulation, and the attack patterns themselves, the game was terrific when it was majority melee, right? The game lost it as it transitioned away from kind of a melee dungeon survival hack and slash extraction game into more of a range dominated arena shooter. You know what I mean? I'm liking the buffs so much that I'm choosing not to play with them, is how much I'm liking the buffs, if that makes sense. The buffs are fantastic. Didn't ask for them. They make the greatsword incredibly powerful. And then I feel a little bit, you know, if I I'm not threatened by people when I'm using full greatsword spec. So it's been fun to kind of like mix it up, nerf it out a little bit. I don't think anything quite squashes a melee H in the same way. I mean, that's fine. That's fine for you. That's great. I think for me, the combat dynamism in this game is way better. There's so much more interest in depth and dialogue available in Mistfall Hunter compared to Dark and Darker. It's not even close. You just have so many more tools, and not like tools that players had to invent to like feign or, you know, axle or, you know, just do a bunch of weird things to manipulate the game. Like, the game itself is better designed to enable more interesting combat dialogue. And the time to kill is longer in a lot of ways. And the escapes and the heals, there's more in Mistfall Hunter that makes this game more enjoyable from a melee 1v1 solo PvP experience, in my opinion. Lamau, we gotta abuse it before it's nerfed. Then we're different, my friend. You can abuse it all you want, but that's not my MO, right? That's not my, I think it's dumb. If you play something that's too easy, I think that's dumb. And so my challenge is to like find a way to play alternatively, right? That still lets me play the class that I love, but undergeared and a hybrid PNS, I think is going to keep things a little more interesting, a little more challenging for me. Mistfall has so much potential, is true. I think I love it. Mistfall is feeling like I always have a fighting chance. That's true. That's true. That doesn't exist in Dead, really, in a lot of ways. Especially if you're playing a class that can't block, you know, or like the blocking, like weapon guarding, and the hitbox stuff. Like trying to block with a quarterstaff against like a range of weapons is just, it's so frustrating. You know what I mean? I say that since been riding with Wither Knight since the beginning, it's just our turn. I think it's easy that I would be doing myself a disservice if I chirped the meta abusers, and then when the meta happens to kind of fall on my lap, if I then, you know, disregarded all the things I had previously said about meta abuse and abused a meta that belongs to my class. I think that's not how I want to play the game. Yeah, it's impossible to argue that this game is less complex than Dark and Darker, or that Dad itself is complex. The thing that stands true is that we play what we have the most fun on. It's absolutely true. And I was over Dark and Darker a long time ago. Like, I think I was lucky to even find Shield Fighter. The only reason I stuck with Dark and Darker for so long is because Shield Fighter let me be competitive against the whole field of classes, right? I could block Curse Lock casts, switch to a Buckler, close the gap. I could block Bardiche attacks, and, you know, like, Shield Fighter in the beginning, before Sork, before some of the OG Druid stuff, really was kind of, like, right in the middle. I really like the feeling of reading the dodges and timing abilities just right in Mistfall. It tickles the right spots. It's true. I'm not sure where I heard this or read this, but, like, dopamine comes from, like, the act of, like, dopamine comes from the act of anticipation. Like, if you can anticipate something is coming, then there's, like, a payoff for it, right? So that's why kind of when there's a song that we know, right? If you're at a rave or at the club or at a festival and there's a song that you know that comes on, you get extra excited because you know you can anticipate what's coming. And there's something really satisfying about that setup and payoff for us, for our brains, right? And the chemical release. And I feel like in Mistfall Hunter, this game has got some incredible setups where me as a player, I can imagine what someone is going to do in response to what I'm currently doing. So I'm doing something. My opponent, I can expect, is going to do something in response, and then I can plan my next action based on what I assume they're going to do. And when that clicks, when I do one thing, they react in the way I expect, and I'm already thinking ahead of them, and I punish them, or I anticipate correctly, and smash their ass, right? That gives me the best feeling in the world. It's the brain's reward function. Properly stimulating the future and planning around... Properly simulating the future and planning around it gets a reward to reinforce the proper prediction behavior. Yes. And in this game, the opportunity for prediction behavior is through the roof. And Withered Knight, in particular, you sacrifice some immediate damage output for that charged heavy, right? For that, wait a second, I'm putting myself in harm's way, but I'm betting, I'm assuming, I'm correctly predicting that you're going to back off and try to heal. And as you do that, I'm going to I'm going to lunge forward. I'm going to lunge forward and smash you 2 times, right? If you can guess what's coming next and you knew it, your brain celebrates, yeah. Like you said, listening music, fun causes of this. Yes, totally. So, and like the depth, the length of that chain, right, doesn't end with 3 steps in this game. It's like, it's almost as deep as you want it to go. Like you can really think 4 or 5 or 6 steps deep. And I find that I'm doing that constantly. And the better I do that, the more I'm rewarded. And Dark and Darker really was just kind of like, it was like 3 steps at max, at most. It was just, you know, it just doesn't have the same depth of anticipation. Doesn't have the same variety of what can be done. And so with more variety comes more risk. And if you guess correctly in an environment that has more variety and more risk, then you feel even better about yourself, right? Uh-huh. Cool. Okay. Guys, my throat is cooked. I've thoroughly cooked my throat, my voice. There has been a lot of talking. I mean, the human experience is logarithmic, so the long, dull, or down slogs interspersed with single huge dopamine hits really accentuates the dopamine for the brain. You need to hit the holy pickle water. If there's a better feeling in Mistfall than landing a Withered Knight charged heavy, I have not experienced yet. Let me think about that for 1 second. I honestly, when a sorcerer or a rogue pulls just out of reach and they start climbing a ladder and they think they're safe, and you hook chain their stupid little ass off that ladder back in your face and you smash them all over again, that also feels pretty good, right? When someone thinks that they're far enough away from your hook chain and you're like, get over here, you SOB, right? That also feels pretty good. Anyway, one major, we digress, right? I digress. Okay, friends. Back to the tavern. One last sit by the fire. So much fun to watch you. Thanks for the streams, videos. So happy you find your content. You're the best. Thank you, Letter Alice. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. I appreciate it, dudes. Appreciate it. Salute. Let me quit the game here. Wait till you try Hammer Merc Skull Crusher. Yeah, we'll see. Lyrebird. Just in time, friends. Like the stream, right? Just in case you have not yet liked the stream, I encourage you to. Okay, I'm gonna work on a greatsword combat guide video. I've got so many clips. They are currently taking up like 250 gigabytes on my hard drive. I have to get them off. So that is the plan. And that'll be this weekend. We'll probably see you again for a Monday stream. We'll probably go further into this hybrid PNS build to see how that goes. Until then, happy Thursday. Thank you for hanging out during the yap. I appreciate you being here. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I really do. Oh, Clippy's back for the sign-off. Clippy, no. Clippy, no. Clippy. Great yap today. Thank you, friends. Okay. Here we go. Turning the music up. Are you ready? Happy birthday, Marty. Enjoy the wedding, buddy. Get some rest when you get there. Thank you, VVN, for being here. Record videos in AV1 format. It's better than thing. The files are much bigger though, I think. But thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Okay. Goodbye, guys. You ready? Thanks for your time. Thanks. Bye. Oh, my thing's gone. I have to do it manually. Bye.